body has been carried, pallbearers and the bearers will then take over and usher the deceased inside this makeshift tent. Then it shall be continuing then with the other stages.
Before we get to the other stages, we also heard that there will be one aspect that many have been wanting to know of. We know that ordinarily we would have the 21 gun salute, but in this instance we understand it will be a 19 gun salute.
Yes.
Talk us through that.
Yeah, the 19 gun salute is accorded. Only the state president may be afforded. In fact, it is actually the ceremonial book, it calls that the state president is afforded the 21, or any person of importance which the president may deem so much important that they afforded a level 1 category. That means that the category is prerogative to make a decision to say there will be a 21 gun salute in terms of our ceremonial book.
Yeah.
In this instance, the ceremonial book does not say what volleys of shots should be afforded to the deputy president. But because it is one of our very first kind, then we had to augment the book to afford a well-dignified state military funeral, which then will mean that 19, the president will then authorize a 19 volley shots to be fired.
Point. Also significant, is it not, Admiral Chabalala, that in terms of the experience at state funeral level, we don't have much experience since democracy.
Yes.
We've had many official funerals.
Yes.
And that distinction is important, is it
Yes.
not? Talk to us about that distinction.
Yes. For example, many of would say category 2 without really, and I'm very impressed that this morning you did clarify that category 2 is normally a provincial level. That's where now you get South African police services playing a meaningful role rather than the military. But once you bring the military in the fore, that means it's category level 2 or level with level 1. Even in category 1, there's various levels as well involved. So in this instance, it's category 2, level 1, meaning it's got its military presence as well. But if it was category 2 as it is, it would have then become a provincial state funeral, like we have seen so many happening.
So if we had to delve deeper into that distinction, because there still are, as Tula Sizwe does state, that we don't in democratic South Africa have a lot of experience when it comes to state funerals.
Yes.
But if we had to just delve deeper and give that distinction, we have the state funeral, we have the official funeral, and you're also making that distinguishing element that this being a level 1 would have those military elements, the military honors. Just share a bit more on just those military elements. They will be lining up here, and then what happens beyond that point?
Like I already indicated, that there will be a straight lining of soldiers that come from all services and divisions, meaning there will be Army, Air Force element, Navy element, as well as the military health services element, all lining up to receive the body. Now, then you will see the presence of the commander of the SNDF, Chief SNDF himself, being present, accompanied by 4 service chiefs who are 3-star generals. Then the funeral itself will be officiated by a chaplain general. That then meaning that it got this status of a military presence.
All right. Admiral, we've got to thank you for enlightening us on these aspects as we watch the visuals of the cortege making its way. I believe they must be on the R40 now, coming up to Mbombela from Barberton. One of our reporters who's watching developments as people start arriving here at Hoërskool Bergvlam is Natasha Piri. Natasha, over to you.
perhaps a common, issue or topic they actually share that's quite close to their heart is that of traditional leadership. We saw traditional leaders this week, paying tribute to the late former deputy president, saying that he has restored their dignity. And of course, Mr. Rachweni is a person who actually worked and still continues to work close to Makhoshi. Mr. Rachweni, what will you remember, from the late former deputy president, especially on this issue of traditional leaders?
No, thanks very much. Indeed, I can agree with all Maoshis in the country when they say that they restored their dignity. And from myself as the former leader and the provincial chair of the Youth League in the province, I said to myself during my time that I must make sure that I implement some of the things that they have been doing to Maoshi. That is why we came up with a program called Maoshi Friday as the Youth League of Limpopo. And I can tell you, Natasha, that program has made sure that as the province we gather more support, 73%. In that 73% that we got in the province, I can tell you that most of the votes we got them from our traditional leaders. As you know that we are a rural province, traditional leaders played a very big role in our province. So that is why we said as the Youth League at that time, let's go and show them respect and also reclaim that dignity that they thought at some point that the organization that they formed is no longer taking care of them. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. Let's just also bring this conversation to MEC Biskop Makamo. MEC, thank you so much for joining us on SABC News. And another issue that was close to the heart of the late former deputy president was the issue of land reform. He was also lauded as an advocate of land reform in and around this province. Perhaps if you can share those sentiments with us.
Well, thanks. I had a personal relationship with the late Didi. I can confirm to you that wherever he went, he will look at the issue of the land and tell people that if we can work on land, we can be able to survive. He will always talk to Makhoshi to say, other than them requesting this or that from government, they have an opportunity to have land, which they can turn the land upside down and have something to live for. But of course, within the ANC, Didi left one value, which will always cherish the unity thing. He will always call you whenever he hear or read something from newspaper which is divisive. He will say, don't remember that this organization was built on the value of unity. Try by level means or all possible means to unify the organization. That is one thing I will not get from the leadership, but you will always get from Didi. And I say, may his soul rest in peace. We'll continue where he has left us and make sure that we build the organization, the African National Congress.
MEC Makamo, thank you so much for your time. Of course, MEC Biskop Makamo there sharing his personal experiences of land reform, and of course MEC Tony Rachweni sharing his own personal experiences there of the issue of traditional leadership. But this as I toss to Samgele Masego, who's joined by Sasekani Manzini and of course Ruben Madaje. Sam?
Indeed, Natasha, I am with Sasekane Manzini, who worked with Dabede Mabuza in the government as the MEC, starting as MEC of Health. Sasekane, just the essence of the infrastructure projects that Dabede Mabuza rolled out within the project, within the province. Look at the schools they turned into boarding schools, particularly called farm schools. What was his legacy when it comes to infrastructure development within the province of Mpumalanga?
No, thank you very much to you, Samkel, and the viewers at home. Indeed, I became the MEC of Public Works, Roads and Transport, fresh from the Youth League, and people thought, what is Didi doing? Is he serious about the infrastructure in the province? But indeed, he trusted and had confidence in young people, and we ran around, we built Betal hospitals, we started the Mapulaning hospitals. There was a time when Bushbuckridge Didi took a bold step of saying there were 6 schools in Bushbuckridge at a go, where he said we must focus on rural municipality and make sure that we invest in our infrastructure, especially education. Correctly, as you have said, the issue of boarding school, one day he was driving towards another farm and he saw children walking around and he stopped and said, stop. He said to these kids, where are you coming from? They said, they're coming from a school, but he looked at the school and said, this is not a school. You can't have one class for all the grade. That's when he started the issue of boarding school in the province. And those boarding schools then gave dignity to our learners from the farm school so that they can have the equal quality education that they deserve. So indeed, he's one person who believed in capital investment. You, as an MEC or of each department, you can't use any capital budget because he'll tell you consumption. Imali kanti ngeke idliwe nje. You must invest in infrastructure so that our people can benefit out of that, be it health, be it education, and also a big project that he started, your fresh produce market, that very soon the premier will be opening. Is top in the world, that he said our farmers must benefit, our upcoming farmers in the province and also our commercial farmers must utilize that so that it can create jobs and make sure that also food security in our country, so that our people can be able to feed themselves. One woman was saying to me, Didi said to them, what kind of a woman are you in your backyard? You don't have anything. Plant something in your backyard so that you can have food before you go to a shop.
Bertwell here, who's the Youth League provincial chair, they are saying that it's their time as the youth. Dabede Mabuza gave you an opportunity as when we were still fresh from the ANC Youth League to be an MEC. They want what they call mchini these days. They want lights.
Dabede Mabuza, we did not say what mchini. Dabede Mabuza said young people must be represented. The 20% that is in the country was started in this province, that's 40%. We as the ANC Youth League went to the PGC, and through the leadership of Comrade Dabede Mabuza, the chairperson, he gave us that resolution. So we have a resolution in this province of 40%. Hence, you go to all our municipalities, young people are there. You go to the legislature, young people are there, because we respect young people. And indeed, as part of the legacy of Mabuza, we make sure that young people are all in our structures in the province.
Mr. Bertwell, are you ready?
I'm definitely ready. I'm definitely ready.
That is the Youth League provincial chairperson saying he's definitely ready to be an MEC. But I'm going to bring in Mr. Ruben Mataja, who's the provincial secretary of the ANC in Limpopo. Mr. Mataja, just the essence of your working with Dabede Mabuza, that ran up towards the 2022 conference where the provincial secretary in Limpopo, the negotiations were taking place. What did you take from the times you've interacted with the late former deputy president?
Comrade Didi was the leader and the servant of our people. When you are with him, he will always prefer that you discuss the unity of our movement other than any other thing. You may discuss all these other things, but the crust of the matter will always be the unity of our movement. But in Limpopo, Comrade Didi touched many families, Samkel, if I can just indicate. Myself and the chairperson of a region of Pitamkava in 2022, we, together with him, we handed over houses that were built by Comrade Didi to the families in Sishihu, to the families in Mankwe. And these houses were well furnished with everything inside. And that is how Comrade Didi touched the people of Limpopo, including drilling some boreholes in an area called Wembe region. So we have got a bond with Comrade Didi as people of Limpopo. And that is why we felt it is important for all of us as the province to come here and also be part of the comrades who will be saluting him for the last time.
When you look at this issue of Dabede Mabuza building houses for people, I did some research, particularly with his team. We came to a number of over 350 houses that he built across South Africa for destitute families. I remember one time going towards the elections, he was campaigning in General Kizenga Mpanza region in KwaZulu-Natal as if we are heading towards, after Kranskop, heading towards Nkandla. Those particular areas, he had built houses for those destitute families. He epitomizes something that your diagnostic report speaks about, that some leaders of the ANC are aloof to their communities. He seemingly was not aloof to the community of Mpumalanga and South Africa at large, despite him having taken a step back due to ill health as the deputy president of the country.
Yes, of course, Comrade Didi was trying to demonstrate to us that we need to bridge the social distance gap between the leadership and the masses that they lead. You need to be amongst the masses of our people if you are going to respond to their challenges. Now, Comrade Didi was responding to challenges that were affecting our communities because every now and then he will crisscross the country, identify challenges, deep down to his pockets and try to address those challenges.
Thank you very much, Ruben Mataja, the Provincial Secretary of the African National Congress in Limpopo, speaking about the role Titi Mabuza did in building destitute people homes in and across Mpumalanga and also in their province of Limpopo. But we have to pay our bills at this point in time.
Thank you, Sakina and Leanne. In studio in Auckland Park, we are live from the Hoërskool Bergvlam, where the proceedings of the state funeral of the late former Deputy President Dabede Mabuza is well and truly underway. Fundo, in terms of the program and keeping to the program that the state and the family have set for themselves, they're not doing too badly at all.
Yeah, most certainly not doing too badly when it comes to time. It's been split into 3 parts. The first part, of course, taking place in Barberton. We're now soon to start the second part of the funeral service, specifically with the welcoming note, which will come from Mandla Ndlovu, the chairperson and premier of the province. We're also going to have the chaplain. So a very short second part of the program, but most certainly it doesn't seem as though they're doing so badly when it comes to time.
Absolutely. So among what you are seeing there on screen is just the preparations just outside by the gates to this venue, the Hoërskool Bergvlam, and there are 2 marquees really that have been set up. There's one where the dignitaries and the mourners, the officials, people from the state and the likes will be seated, but there's an even larger marquee that has been set up that will accommodate many people that are expected to come through. Mfundo, I'm looking forward to the elements of the military that are going to be integrated into all of this, because earlier on when we were speaking to Admiral Prince Shabalala, some of what he was talking about was the adaptation they had to make for the cortege to move a bit quicker because of the distance between Barberton and Mbombela. But that means now they are transitioning and that gun carrier comes into play and all of those elements. We are of course joined by Mzwandi Lembeche, our SABC politics editor. So I just weigh in on the conversation as we look at these visuals. Some of the people that have come through, and it's one of those signs of maturity of our democracy, isn't it? Because you see leaders from opposition parties, but also leaders from within the ANC itself, some of whom the late David Mabuza had difficulties from time to time in terms of the relationship and reconciliations at various points.
Absolutely. A very good morning to you, Mfundo, and Tulas and the viewers. Indeed, I mean, we've seen some of the leaders, not necessarily from the ANC, from the DA. We've seen the leaders from the EFF, the leaders from the UDM. So that tells you that on an occasion like this, it's not so much about party politics, but it's also about humanity. At the end of the day, as political parties, you are not necessarily the sworn enemies. So there are times where you have to put aside everything else and then do things that human beings do. This is a moment of sadness for the Mabuza family, for us as a country. Remember, this was our former deputy president as a country. It doesn't matter whether you had voted for that party or not, but South Africans decided that this individual will be their leader. So on an occasion like this, so everyone comes together like we have seen it's happening.
On Tulas's point around reconciliation, he certainly did display that level of reconciliatory spirit, specifically in Mpumalanga, because ever so often when there were those fallouts, whether it be with Ronald Lamula, we heard even from Ronald Lamula himself that later on, whatever the differences, they came together reconciled. Whether it was the SACP, we've also heard from speakers from the SACP that there were great divisions in the province at one point, but most certainly extended that olive branch and wanted to engage. Kosatu, same thing. When we speak of Bonagele Majuba, they were very critical of DD during his tenure here, but ever so often when the opportunity arose, he was one man that wanted everybody to sit at the table and reconcile.
You know, one thing about the former deputy president, Mfundo, is that he knew his role. He knew when he was doing right and when he was doing wrong. In fact, the fact that he owned some of those things publicly about his own role. I mean, the people you've mentioned, I mean, you can even go as far as mentioning his mentor, Dr. Matthew Sposa, who had recruited him to be part of the ANC. And then, of course, they fell out. But besides that, go to Polokwane. David Mabuza has come onto the stage to say, I, together with a number of other comrades, were responsible for factions in the ANC. But we realized that as our faction continued to win, what of the ANC? So he is a man who would take a back seat and realize that, you know, what I'm doing perhaps is not right.
Yeah. So what you're seeing on your screens there is preparations for the casket to be carried out from the hearse. It is, of course, draped in the South African flag, as is traditional in terms of these state funerals and official funerals. As I was saying earlier on, a bit of an adaptation from how it would have ordinarily have played out with the gun carrier being central. But, you know, having said that, you are seeing the preparations to take out the casket. The SANDF members will form a guard of honor right. Let's go to the president.
Let's move back a little bit, guys. Cameras, let's move back a little bit. Let's move back a little bit, guys. Come to my side. Move back, guys. This way. Can we go?
Because, of course, now the program needs to get underway any moment now, as we can see the casket there and the pallbearers about to get in, as the Admiral Prince Shabalala had indicated that they would be lining the street, and soon enough now the program is well underway. Mzwai.
Indeed, this is actually in fact, I think we were talking even off air about the nature of the funeral. So we actually have had, other than this, only one state funeral, like proper state funeral, that of former President Nelson Mandela. So of course, as the Deputy President, he is accorded a state funeral, obviously a level lower than the President. So which has a number of elements, as you have said. There was also a lot of adaptations in the process to ensure that everything is met. I mean, the distance, where we are, and these things, I think when they were designed back then, so they had a mind of Pretoria, because that's where the capital seat and the citadel of power is.
And among the key differences, Mzwai, is with the Category 2 state funeral. That's reserved for someone who is a current deputy president, former deputy president, and acting president of the republic. So those are the categories. Also, there was no period in which the late former deputy president Dabede Mabuza's mortal remains laid in state at the Union buildings by the amphitheater there. That didn't happen. So that's the other differentiator. But another critical one that Mfundo you spoke to with Admiral Shabalala earlier on has to do with the nature of the gun salute, the volleys that will be fired as part of the gun salute. 19 gun salute as opposed to 21 gun salute.
And listening to Prince Shabalala, the Admiral, he did indicate that even there, when it comes to those volleys, again an adaptation, because this is essentially the first time we are witnessing what we are witnessing today. So even with them, it had to be a conversation as to, indeed, it is the president's prerogative. From 21, where do we go to? And they resolved that it would be 19 for the former deputy president.
Yes, because 21 Mfundo it's full military honors that is reserved for a head of state. So if you're talking state funeral, obviously we know that will be head of state, former head of state, or the president-elect. If let's say you get elected, and then before you assume office, you unfortunately die, you'll still get all those full honors. But I think we were somehow robbed to see how the state funeral category 2 happens when I think the family of FW declared refused.
Yes.
Remember, he was accorded state funeral category 2.
All right, I think let's just take in some of the sounds that you're hearing as that procession makes its way into the venue.
Let's move slowly.
Samke, can I squeeze in here, Samke? Please.
Watch your back. Chief. Please move aside. Please move aside. Please pace, guys. Pace.
The procession is about to enter. Please settle down.
Okay, let's please pace.
You are humbly requested, please, to keep the noise level down. And please remember your cell phones be on silent, please. Your cell phones. Please rise. May we all stand and keep the silence, please. May we rise and keep the silence, please.
Mind the cameras at the back left. Okay, there are cameras in front. Sleep in here, sleep in here. There are cameras down there. You are blocking their view. Sleep in here. There are cameras.
we remain standing. Reminder, please, your cell phones to be on silent. As soon as the program starts, we request that we limit the movements. And if you have an old version
Thank you
like
very much,
mine,
Criselda. Indeed, we're still coming to you live here from Hoërskool Baflam. We're still in conversation with politics editor Mzwandile Mbeche. Mzwandile, a bit earlier on, you were attempting to draw the distinction between the funeral of former Deputy President F.W. de Klerk and the funeral that we are covering and witnessing today.
Yes. No, I was saying, given that he had been accorded that funeral according to him as being the deputy president of a democratic South Africa, so the family obviously declined the offer of a state funeral, but of course a memorial state funeral was held. So we would have perhaps taken the template in terms of how it's done. So, but here we are. This is the first one in its current form, so that we see, because we have never had a situation similar to this.
please be seated. Mr. President, good morning, sir. May I, as I stand here, acknowledge all the faiths, the religions that are with us today, honoring all the members that are representing their different denominations or churches. Standing before you, Brigadier General Thabo Masweu, the Chaplain General of the South African National Defence Force. Mine is just to call upon the pastor that is going to do the opening prayer, and thereafter I will hand over to the program directors. May I now call upon Pastor Moruti wa rona Ntate Manana to come forward and do the opening prayer. Pastor Manana, sir.
Thank you, Program Director, Bishop, and leaders from the church, and special greetings to our President and the leaders of all faiths and also organizations that are in our midst. This morning we sitting and standing in our hearts because of one of us who has passed on and left us, because God has a way of calling us all to where we belong. I want to speak shortly and pray on a very, very powerful text that we find in the book of Job, chapter number 1, and verse 1. The scripture reads thus: There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. His name was blameless. This man was blameless and upright. He feared God and shunned evil. There was a man. God will always, in every generation, in every season, in every time, God will bless his people with leaders of notes and leaders that are dreamers and visionaries. Leaders who are not afraid of circumstances and situations, especially when it comes to leading the people of God. There was a man. I pray that all of us here, we come to the call of God with such power, with such influence, and with such reverence, and with such respecting life. I pray that today, God, as we have come to send our one leader in this province, in Mpumalanga, and having seen all of you having defended or depended on this power of God, I know that we will pray together and we will come together. And when people are coming together, nothing is impossible. When people are coming together with one accord in one vision, love, and committed to one dream, one vision, nothing can stop them in fulfilling their dreams that God has given. May everybody who is here, when this time in your life and my life come of departure in this universe, we should be able to say we fulfill the dream. we fulfill the vision that God has given us to do for our families and for our communities and for our people. This morning I want to pray that all of us, we will increase strength, resilience, and power, focus, and a drum measure instinct within all of us, making sure that Uz, in the land of Uz, there was a man who chose to be aggressive with a dream. And as he does that, he left it in an orderly. All of us here today, we are called to bring our dream to a fulfillment and making sure that we lead people in this desert of life with tenacity, with love, with commitment, and also making sure that God will also give us strength and power and continue to serve him. Let us pray. Our Father, we thank you that we are not confused, but we know. You told us that we will come and be born in this universe, but we must live this universe well, and with a dream, with a purpose, and with all the love that we have for one another, and making sure that God, we have a vision in this land, in this country, our beautiful land, our beautiful country. The giants are born. I pray that everybody here, after this session, Father, and Father, I pray that we'll go back to our home, asking ourselves, are we willing to carry out the dream that God has given us, a dream of leading people of God and carrying God's vision for his people? I pray that the program will be well and everything will be well. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Manana, for the prayer on behalf of all the religious leaders that are with us. Mine now is to call upon the program directors just to come forward to take up the stage. Minister Ronald Lamula and Deputy Minister Regina Maule to come forward. Thank you.
Sanibonani nonke ethendeni, uMongameli welive Cyril Ramaphosa, umndeni kaMabuza, former President of the Republic of South Africa, former President Thabo Mbeki, and all members of the National Executive of the Government of South Africa, NEC members of the ANC, the Chairperson of the ANC, Secretary General, Treasurer General, the Deputy Secretary General. I know that the second Deputy Secretary General, she's not here. Another distinguished son of the soil. Nomngameli we-EFF umnumzana uJulius Malema, umngameli we-UDM uBabu Holomisa General. The Chaplain General has already acknowledged all the religious leaders here. Konke kunesikhathi sako ngekuya ngemgama umshayeli 3. Ubaba Mabuza uyibekile indvuku emcubeni. Wenda umsebenzi wakhe eveni lase South Africa. Mshengu Shabalala Lutvongwa lamavuso kwangwana Lutvongwa layibamba lwayibuyelela lwabasiluthuli singabangcwaba seta nemhlanzakade wena wabuthi indlela kushabalala mbonca londlebe tikhanya lilanga nine lenacetsa lubombo ngekuhlehletela matsanga lamahle ngathi enbombata mshewu uma ngithi mshewu wena uthi shabalala mshewu shabalala sicocela ke uNkulunkulu wesizathu sasempumalanga ubabe uMandla Ndlovu naye usebentile kakhulu nobaba uDabede Mabuza lesimbeka namhlanje ukuthi atosamukela kule msebenzi lesikhona namhlanje kuwo umsebenzi wokukhumbula ubaba uDabede Mabuza.
Mshengo, co-program directors, our very own son and daughter of the soil, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Mr. Ronald Lamola, and Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Dr. Regina Mahaule, the Chief Commander of not just an ordinary army, but one of the well-organized armies in Africa, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, former President Thabo Mbeki, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, our sister, Patience Mabuza, and Mnisi families, members of the religious fraternity, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, Deputy Prime Minister of Eswatini, Speaker of the National Assembly, Comrade Thoko Didiza, former Mpumalanga Premier and Chairperson of NCOP, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni Tsipana, Premiers and MECs of our provinces, Secretary General of the ANC, Comrade Fikile Mbalula, and all NEC members, ANC Provincial Secretary, Comrade Muzi Chirwa, and all PEC members, leaders of political parties, Comrade Julius Malema, and Comrade General Bantu Olomisa, Chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan, and President of Contralesa, Hoshi Mukwena, all the leagues of the ANC, leadership of the Alliance, members of the diplomatic corps, DGs, and all government officials, esteemed members of the judiciary present here today, honorable members of the national and provincial legislature, your worships, executive mayors, and all honorable councillors, esteemed business people, Mr. Robert Gumede and Make Nora Fakude, amongst others. ANC members and fellow mourners, you are welcome. We appreciate that you have come to share this time of grief, sorrow, and mourning with us. We are indeed helpless in the face of grief. Premier Pajaza Lissufi and the PEC of Gauteng, I would like to convey my message of gratitude for being part of the starting point of the preparation for the burial of former Deputy President Mabuza. I did not have to travel to Gauteng because you comrades were taking care of all the logistics and assisting the family. I thank you all for that. Today is a very sad day. There are moments where I wish I can roll back all the sadness away. Today is one of those days as we bid farewell to one of our own, the son of the soil, Mr. Unity, the cat, former Premier and provincial chairperson of the ANC in this beautiful province of Mpumalanga before being elected to the position of the Deputy President. We are also gathered today to celebrate a life well lived, a loyal member of the ANC, a servant of the people, an organizer par excellence, a unifier, and a dedicated combatant of our struggle. Comrade Didi has dedicated his life to the ANC, the people of Mpumalanga, and the country at large. He will be remembered by many generations to come. He has left an indelible mark. His footprints will remain our guide as we navigate the difficult terrain of our struggle to make the lives of our people better. 10 years ago, when Comrade Didi, the cat, the hurricane was hospitalized, we prayed and requested Peter to save him for the sake of the people of Mpumalanga. Just like Dorcas, he was miraculously brought back to life. He shared congruent features with Dorcas. They are both known for their good work and charity, particularly towards widows. After hearing that Comrade Didi is no more, widows in South Africa are mourning him deeply. We don't know whether Peter will pray for him and resurrect him for the second time. Former Deputy President Mabuza prioritized infrastructure development to improve the basic fiscal structures needed for our society to function efficiently. Bekubunye tool eMpumalanga lisabhuja namanje. He advocated for the eradication of farm schools and initiated the construction of 7 boarding schools, one of which is Mkondo boarding school, which I will be handing over to the community very soon. As a province, we are starting to build a school for the blind and deaf here in Mpumalanga this year, as we bid farewell to former Deputy President Mabuza today. We await your response, Mr. President, as it will be an honor for us and Mabuza's legacy to have you, Mr. President, opening the country's first international food market after liberation, which was also initiated by the former Deputy President Mabuza. On full operationalization, 105,000 jobs will be created at the farm level. 150,000 small-scale farmers will have access to trade their products at the market. The market will be fully operational by the end of this month. Comrade President, we are waiting for you to come and cut the ribbon. As a province, we are continuing in Mabuza's footsteps of ensuring that our infrastructure is well maintained and equipped to service our people. As we speak, the majority of our health facilities meet the national health care standard, while 160 clinics meet all the required health regulations and are fully certified by the Office of the Health Standard and Compliance. We are also ready to open the state-of-the-art Middelburg Hospital this year, while next year we'll open the Maplaneng Hospital in Bushbuckridge. We welcome the Minister of Health, Dr. Mtswaledi's announcement on the building of our very first academic hospital in Mpumalanga. We know that we're told by organizations that we should not open our mouth and talk about projects that are not budgeted for. We know that, Comrade Mtswaledi, your announcement will be realized here in Mpumalanga. We believe this will ensure that the University of Mpumalanga has a fully fledged faculty of medicine. We also welcome the arrest of the 2 people suspected to be the killers of our darling, the ANC Deputy Chairperson of Gersibande, Comrade Manyati. We commend the police for this work, and we urge them to continue to work very hard to root out criminality in our province. Bopa, Comrade Jackie, Bopa. Fellow mourners, are brought here to address as His Excellency President Ramaphosa will deliver eulogy. Let me take this opportunity to thank the support we received as Mpumalanga and the prompt response by the team sent by the President to come and prepare for Comrade Dabede Mabuza's burial. Thank you to all ANC leaders, branches, religious leaders, members of the ANC and different political parties who were in and out of Comrade Mabuza's home throughout the week to pay homage. Thank you to the members of the media who also worked tirelessly to keep the nation abreast. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. We expect maximum discipline and cooperation till the end of this service. We continue to celebrate the life of one of our own. Comrade Didi's name is permanently engraved in the history of the struggle of Mpumalanga and South Africa at large. He remains in the hearts and minds of the masses of our people. As I conclude, allow me, program directors, to quote the words of Tata Nelson Mandela when he said, "Death is something inevitable. When a man has done what he considered to be his duty to his people and his country, he can rest in peace. I believe I have made that effort, and that is therefore why I will sleep for the eternity." During our last encounter with Comrade Didi recently, he expressed his wish to appear with me in public as a show of unity. In our province, here am I in public, standing next to him, lying in his wooden house without a voice, in front of the living ancestors of the African National Congress, leaders of the ANC, and the people of Mpumalanga. Let his wish be realized. Let the people of Mpumalanga unite. I thank you. You are all welcome. Thanks.
Siyabonga kakhulu uNdunankulu wesifundazwe esaseMpumalanga ubaba uMandla Ndlovu. Yes, confirmed ukuthi ubaba Mabuza beka inspire iunity eSouth Africa yonke. Kunetinvo letibili nje leti ubaba Mabuza bekatitsanza. Ngiyathi bantu base-South Africa batatu. Yekucala libhola letinyawo. Bekasishoshovu lesikhulu, a left-footed prolific footballer. Edlala le egame la bekaphuma khona ePola. Ngiyathi bantu basegame abatsanzi ukuthi sibite ukuthi kusegame. Mara mina ngwaseBushbuck Ridge nami basi kuseBush. So nami ngisothi kusegame. La baphuma khona. But he was a prolific footballer. Kwesi-2 umdlalo we-chess. Bekawutsanza njengoba ifamily tota ngiyathemba lokuningi ntokuva. Na comrade uRegina loku deputy minister naye ukhule naye. Ngiyathemba utosho lokunye lokubaba Mabuza bekakutsanza. Funa ukukhota nje lapha kule nto ye-chess ukuthi but they say like in chess where every move affects the outcome. His decision in his life mattered. He encouraged us to live with purpose, to act with thoughtfulness, using our time and talents meaningfully, honoring relationships and responsibilities. Those were his teachings. We continue to acknowledge the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Paul Mashatile, Somlomo Wesichamthetho, Umama Uthoko Didiza, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Umama Orifilwe Mtseni Tsipane, nabo bonke bo premier laba khona la namhlanje ukutokhumbula ubaba uDabede Mabuza umshengu. Manje njengoba sengitocela umake uRegina Mhawule ukuthethe phambili atoqhubeka nale nkonzo, ngicela nje ukuthi sibe nje neliculo lelilodwa, one revolutionary song sitoniketana siphinze sinikete nenkonzo nayo ukuthi naye icule after umama uRegina sekathathe over. Mama uRegina uyophinza futhi aqhubeke acknowledge labanye labakhona la, siyochubeka si-acknowledge njengoba siqhubeka nenkonzo in the interest of time. Ningacula ma-comrade, umama uRegina will come forward.
Thank you, Makabane. Namhla Sibeka, a jack of all trades. He was a comrade of the African National Congress. He was a leader in government. He was a church member. He didn't have a specific church. He attended all churches. That's why many pastors and leaders of the churches are here today. Greetings to the President of the Republic of South Africa. As it was indicated, my name is Regina Mhaule. I'm going to co-direct the program with Minister Ronald Lamola. Want to set up the protocol so that those that are coming should not start the protocol in the interest of time. It can only be the Premier and His Excellency, the President. As Minister Lamola has indicated that in our midst, there's a President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, the former President of the Republic, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, the premiers of provinces and their MECs, the mayors of many municipalities in the country are here today with their MMCs and MECs. Want to acknowledge also the presence of the SGO, in particular the Secretary General, Mr. Fikile Mbalula of the African National Congress, the leadership and his leadership in the National Executive Committee, the leadership of provinces and the regions, leadership of the Youth League and the Women's League, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. We also acknowledge the presence of religious leaders that are present, Mr. President, and a special delegation from the city of Moria that have been sent by His Excellency the Bishop, His Grace the Bishop Engenasi Lekhanyan. All bishops that are present here, all pastors, reverends, apostles, you know your positions, and the fivefold ministries. Members of the diplomatic corps, leadership of COSATU, SACP, and SANCO, leadership of the business fraternity that are here today, leaders of political parties. Minister Lamola indicated Honorable President of UDM, Holomisa, and the President of EFF, Mr. Julius Malema, and his team, and other political parties. I've seen the DA is here. The Mpumalanga Judge President is also in our midst, and all the judiciary that is here. All the Mnisi family and the main family, the Mabuza family that is here. The President of Contralesa and all traditional leaders that are here today under the leadership of Hoshi Lamek Mukwena and all fellow mourners. I'm establishing this protocol because I don't want us that when we are here, we repeat. Ministers and deputy ministers, I might have forgotten ourselves. They will ask, why is she not acknowledging? because I'm standing here, we are standing here on their behalf, so we would forget you because I was standing here, we are standing on your behalf. We want to say to fellow mourners, there is still space there at my left side, which might be your right hand. So we see that many people are outside. Ushers, marshals, everybody, allow people to come inside to join the congregation. A special acknowledgement to Abo Mama who were cherished by former Deputy President Dabede Mabuza. Abo Mama ababiza ngokuthi masibiyele kuJehova. Bekabathanda kakhulu. In every event, he will invite them that they come and sing for him. He did many things for them. He supported them. They cried. I thought they were going to die, but we thank God they are still alive. So we thank all the mourners. We know that there might be some discrepancies that might have caused people not to come inside, those who would have wished to be inside, but our sincere apologies on behalf of the family in the event that anyone feels aggrieved that might not be inside. I want to take this opportunity and invite Mr. Dabede Mabuza to come and read the obituary. I don't know Mr. Tony Ngonyama, I see you, sir. I don't know how's the arrangement because I wanted Abo Mama to sing just before the obituary. As Utumisani is preparing himself to come forward, Abo Mama can also come forward as we are going to read the obituary that we understand why are we here today. I know, at least you'll do it there. I'm so happy. Then you sing before the obituary, then Tumisana will do it. Over to you, Abo Mama. Make their mics to work. Allow their mics to work.
Ngoba umthwalo nezinsizi kusele izandla zethu bazalwane ziyakubanjwa ngiyo inkosi uqobo bomhla simuka silishiya leliswe. Faka mntwanami. Igama lenkosi liyo inqaba ophephela khona uyakusindiswa ohlezi kuyona akanakwesa nokuba umhlaba usanyazanyiswa igama lenkosi yami igama ophephela khona uyakusindiswa ohlezi kuyona akanakwesaba nokuba umhlaba usanyazanyiswa bayokhuleka egameni lenkosi bayakusindiswa uyasho uphalo elibonga wingelosi aliko igama libongwa abantu libongwa ingelosi aliko igama emhlabeni wonke njengalo khuleka egameni lenkosi bona bayakusindiswa uyasho umbhalo Nkosi yami hallelujah Jesus hallelujah Jesus libongwa abantu libongwa ingelosi aliko igama elihle njengalo eligama lenkosi linika amandla liyawaqinisa amadolo ethu isusuvalo linika inhlanhla liyasikhanyisa isusuvalo lisinikeza inhlanhla Jesu ngiyavumuka ngishiye umhlaba ithikithi lami ngizohamba ngingena kwesaba kuqasha kuJesu Jesu engumhlengi wami Jesus hey Jesus hallelujah igama lenkosi lisikanisa lisa amadolo ethu amadolo aqedayo isusa uvalo iza ithatha lona liyangikhanyisela ehleleni yethu ngiyokumuka ngishiye lo mhlaba ngizohamba ngingena kwesaba ngoqasha kuJesu engumhlengi wami
Program directors. Thank you very much. And the protocol has been established, and I am going to respect that protocol. Let me read a life of struggle, service, and leadership, and the legacy of Comrade Dabede Mabuza. Former Deputy President Dabede Mabuza, affectionately known as DD, Was born on the 25th of August 1960 in Brondal, around White River in the former Eastern Transvaal, now Mpumalanga. To the late Mr. Dabede Mabuza and Miss Dabede Mabuza Gokolangambule. He was the 6th of the 12 siblings, comprising of 4 boys and 8 girls. Mr. Mabuza began his primary education at Malilwaneni School, then proceeded to Paula Trust, and then later to Mshaza Junior Secondary School, where he completed his Standard 8, now Grade 10. In 1980, he completed his matric at Kumbula High School and subsequently joined Beguswago High School in 1981 as a private teacher. It was here that he came across the late Mr. Sandile Sugati, a graduate of the University of Witwatersrand, WITS, a strategist and an astute socio-political analyst and political mentor, who introduced him to underground activism. Together with other teachers, they formed an early liberation struggle cell comprising comradeship and political focus that will steadfastly develop over the ensuing years into a consuming fire of massive activism. This formative period ignited an insatiable appetite for the pursuit of education as a means towards social change. In 1982, he enrolled at Mgwenya College, the then Mgwenya College. It was during this time at the college that an exponential surge in his political commitment deepened sharply. He met a lecturer, the late Mr. Sipho Sugati, the brother to the late Sandile Sugati, whom he had met at Beguswayo High School. By then, Mr. Sugati was already a graduate from Teflop University, now University of Limpopo, which was known as a training ground for political activism. At Mgwenya College, Mabuza and the Sugati brothers helped form a powerful underground student cell that fostered political awareness and resistance. They interfaced with national structures and tertiary institutions, particularly Wits University, where they received political education, mentorship, and politically oriented reading material. In 1983, Mr. Mabuza was elected secretary of an underground Azanian student organization, Azaso branch, which was the main student movement at the time, under the guidance of the late Mr. Begim Langeni and the late Mr. Sandile Sugati. That same year, at Mgwenya College hosted the Azaso national president at a significant gathering in Kanyamazan, which also included expelled student activists from Ongoye University, now the University of Zululand. The college had by then become a hotbed of progressive thinking, incorporating students, college students, as well as structures outside the institution aligned with the UDF, the United Democratic Front. During Mr. Mabuza's final year of study, national attention had turned to Mgwenya College's political developments to an extent that Reverend Alan Busak visited Valencia Park in Nelspruit to address the growing youth-led activism in the region. This broad mobilization marked a turning point in the political landscape of the Lowveld. Former Deputy President Mabuza was elected to the Student Representative Council, SRC, and led student protests that escalated into direct action, resulting in his temporary expulsion, which was overturned due to overwhelming support, student support through protest and class boycotts. Upon graduating with a secondary teacher's diploma majoring in mathematics and science, Mr. Mabuza returned to Beguswayo Secondary School, where he taught and headed the mathematics and physical science department. He did not only focus on the school syllabus, but extensively crafted and synchronized it with clandestine political education inside and outside of the classroom. He came in at a time when the political landscape was volatile and preparing for the 10th anniversary of the 1976 student uprising. He was therefore highly instrumental in instilling the consciousness to carry out the 1976 strategic intonation of rendering the country ungovernable. He carried out this task diligently for the learners, the teachers, and adjoining school communities, overseeing the establishment of SRCs and UDF-inspired community structures, as well as educating them. The year 1986 was around the corner, and there was so much ground to be covered, inevitably beckoning a multi-pronged approach to the mammoth task that lay ahead. Fortunately, the shenanigans of the government of that time under P.W. Botha had already created a fertile ground for organizing a society already agitated and ready for war against the regime. Together with comrades Sipho and Sandile Sugati and fellow students A.A. Banda, Martin Mkhunu, Mr. Mabuza co-founded the Lowveld Advice Office in 1986, a vital grassroots resource center for communities seeking legal and political support. The vision was clear: to empower the people with tools for liberation grounded in knowledge and solidarity. As a progressive mathematics and science high school teacher from 1984 to 1985 to 1994, he proved to be a dynamic repository of multidimensional political activism, transversing between his classroom responsibilities, conscientization of the masses, and organizing students and youth, not only in the Lowveld, but across the entire Eastern Transvaal region. He was instrumental in the formation of the student and youth structures, which stirred the historic 1986 protest in the Hazyview area and the National Education Crisis Committee, known as NEC. In 1987, he was elected to the first Hazyview branch of the National Education Union of South Africa, under the leadership of Mr. Sugati, and became its chairperson in 1988. In this role, after leading the 1986 Freedom Now, Education Later campaigns, he helped spearhead the Back to School, Back to Class campaign that repositioned education as a revolutionary tool. That same year, Mr. Mabuza was assigned to transport Umkhonto Wesizwe guerrillas to Phalaborwa, underscoring his trusted role in underground operations. In 1989, he was elected treasurer of the Foundation of Education with Production and coordinated the influential Each One Teach One Matric Improvement Program in Hazyview, reaffirming his beliefs in educational upliftment as part of the liberation struggle. In the midst of his busy life of activism, former Deputy President Mabuza enrolled for a bachelor's degree majoring in psychology and criminology at the University of South Africa. In keeping with his vision, love, enthusiasm, and belief that education was a superior pillar that empowered people with tools for liberation, knowledge, and solidarity, by 1990 he was coordinating NEC in the Eastern Transvaal, culminating in the regional conference that elected Comrade Joe Makubedu as the first regional secretary. In 1990 and 1992, he helped form the South African Democratic Teachers Union alongside a core of progressive educators, with Mr. Sandile Sugati elected as his inaugural regional chairperson in 1992. Mr. Mabuza rose through the ranks of the liberation struggle. He was elected and served as the African National Congress Nelspruit regional chairperson for 3 consecutive terms before being elected into the ANC Provincial Executive Committee. He served as deputy chairperson of the PEC for several terms, an indication that he was naturally not only power-hungry cadre of the liberation movement. It will usually take quite some persuasion for him to take up a leadership role in any structure. However, when he did, he would apply himself selflessly in the execution of his duties. In 2007, he was elected to the ANC National Executive Committee, at the Watershed Polokwane Conference. In 2008, Mr. Mabuza was elected and served as ANC provincial chairperson and became the 4th premier of Mpumalanga in 2009, where he served the people of the province with honor, dedication, and diligence. It was in 2017 that he was elected deputy president of the ANC, paving the way for him to be in the presidency at Luthuli House and the Union Buildings. His life in post-apartheid South Africa was characterized by his commitment to serve the nation at various levels of government. His transition into this new role was seamless, as he remained committed to serving the people in various government structures. His appointment in 1994 as the first member of the Executive Council for Education in Mpumalanga became a landmark transition into government, serving under the former Premier Matthew Phosa's administration. He was thereafter deployed to the National Parliament of the Republic of South Africa between 2001 and 2004. He later served as MEC for Housing, the then MEC for Roads and Transport, and then MEC for Agriculture, serving under the Premier Ndaweni Mahlangu and Premier Thabang Makwetla, respectively. And in the process, amassed vast experience in government operations at national and provincial levels. His tenure as Premier of Mpumalanga from 2009 to 2019 was historic, as he became the first Premier to serve 2 terms in the province. After serving Mpumalanga with distinction, Mr. Mabuza served as Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa from 2018 to 2023 and was entrusted with the following responsibilities by the current President, His Excellency President Ramaphosa. He was the leader of government business in Parliament, leading government efforts to fast-track land reform and coordination of government programs, coordinating anti-poverty initiatives through public employment programs, integrated service delivery, and enterprise development. He also was responsible for leading the South African National AIDS Council and the country's integrated response to the challenges of HIV and AIDS, leading the National Human Resources Development Council, fostering collaboration between government and social partners towards addressing skills shortage in the critical sectors of our economy, and promoting social cohesion initiatives, among them the Moral Regeneration Movement, the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Water and Sanitation, the Presidential Task Team on Military Veterans, and the IMC on COVID vaccines, and the Interministerial Task Team in response to matters raised by traditional leaders. His dedication, commitment, and humility were weaved into the leadership responsibilities until he resigned from government in 2023. Mr. Mabuza's international experience was cemented when President Ramaphosa appointed him a special envoy to various countries to forge relations and exchange programs with South Africa on and amongst agriculture, infrastructure, health, education, and tourism. He participated in diplomatic missions in countries such as South Sudan, where he played a significant role in facilitating the peace process, engaging in subtle diplomacy to mediate dialogue among parties in order to revitalize agreements aimed at conflict resolutions. Its efforts under the Intergovernmental Authority on Development contributed to the formation of the revitalized Transitional Government of National Unity. He was appointed a special envoy to strengthen trade ties between South Africa and the Russian Federation. Comrade Mabuza established the Dabede Mabuza Foundation in 2014, focusing and galvanizing resources to address educational needs and enhance social upliftment programs of vulnerable groups such as children, child-headed households, and the elderly and persons with disabilities. Among the milestones achievements of the foundation was the construction of 15 housing units in the Umchindi area in 2018. In its community upliftment program, the foundation engaged in philanthropy to improve the socio-economic conditions of the most vulnerable. Mr. Mabuza met his untimely death on the 3rd of July, 2025. This marked the end of a monumental journey, a life of discipline, sacrifice, and unwavering service to the people of South Africa. He will be remembered as a resolute leader, dedicated public servant, and a pillar of strength to his family and comrades. His contribution to South Africa's political and social transformation will continue to inspire us all. He is survived by his wife, children, sisters, brothers, comrades, and generation of learners, teachers, activists whom he inspired. His passing leaves a profound void, but his spirit continues to guide the struggle for justice, dignity, and equality in South Africa. Hamba kahle Msheng, hamba kahle Mshabalala, Dwong lamavuso, sidwaba lesilithuli, ngamavuso kuvalwa ngemvalo, kuvulwa ngetinhloko temadvodza. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Dumisani Mabuza for such a befitting for the befitting obituary yakababa Mabuza. Ngiyathemba seniwavile lamanye ama secret. One of them ukuthi bekangutishela wetibalo. Tibalo yilento ukuthi mathematics ngesilungu. Bangake la nibaleke trigonometry. Nibaleke classini niva kuthi kune trigonometry. Ubaba Mabuza ke bekafundzisa maths, wakhulisa abantwana ne-science. Ababalekanga labaningi bayibambile. Ngalesikhathi ke sitocela ukuthi basibusise futhi masibuyele kuJehova. Sibuseke kakhulu kabi bomama ekucaleni. Ngiyathemba niyochubeka solo nisibusisa. Nani ma comrade ningasabi sitonika nani chance kancane. Sifuna nje ukuthi sibusiseke kancane futhi njengoba sichubeka ngale program. Masibiyele kuJehova, ningababoleka kancane ma mic basibusise kancane.
Silindele usuku
olukhulu
lokubuya buya kukaJesu lapha bangcwele bona bayohlwithwa webangcwele. Oh hallelujah, oyeka intokozo nje yokwazana naye uJesu thina siselapha. Yeka injabulo yaba hey yaba ngcwele iwe bangcwele. Yeka injabulo nxa singena ekhaya ezulwini kuyophakama izidalwa namalunga. Oh haleluya, yeka intokozo nje yokwazana naye uJesu thina siselapha. Injabulo yaba ngcwele hey yaba ngcwele eyiwe bangcwele. Ikhona imiqhele awu ibekelwe onke amaqhawe, ngisho nezingubo esimhlophe ziqolekile. Oh haleluya, yeka intokozo nje yokwazana naye uJesu thina siselapha. Yeka injabulo yaba hey yaba eyiwe bangcwele. Ikhona imiqhele awu ibekelwe onke amaqhawe, ngisho nezingubo ezimhlophe ziqolekile. Hey haleluya, awuyeka intokozo nje yokwazana naye yaba, hey yaba, hey webangwele, 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 isho webangwele, 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 oh hallelujah, awuyekitokozo nje yokwazana naye uJesu thina sisela yekijabula ijabulo yaba gwele yaba gwele.
Thank you. Siyabonga bomama. Siyafisa ukuba njengani ukuthi at your age we can still do what you are doing. Siyabonga kakhulu and uNkulunkulu emusa anibusise. Mongameli phakathi kwethu kune delegation lebuya eSwatini iholwa mfana Nkosi, the Deputy Prime Minister. Phakathi kwethu kune delegation. In our midst, there's a delegation from Zimbabwe led by the Minister of Defense, Honorable Muchingari Kashmini. We'll keep on acknowledging as the names are given to us. We'll do that. So I want to call now, invite to the podium the children and the siblings to speak. They know themselves. On behalf of the siblings, Dabede Mabuza will speak. On behalf of the children, Miss Angela Mabuza will speak. They come in that order. Angela will speak first, the aunt will speak, then Ubaba Robert Gumede uyayivala. Avale akhulumela umndeni wonke, the Mabuza clan. Bayosukunyiswa indlela le uMabuza bekangafuna ukusukuma ngayo. Maqabane ka-African National Congress basukumiseni. Mangintulisa ntuli. Thank you so much. You are so disciplined. If you keep like this, you'll be given more opportunity, but we are working against time. Over. Mr. President, this is the family. They are going to speak on behalf of the family.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honorable Premier, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, members of parliament and the legislature, bishop and church community, distinguished guests, ambassadors, comrades, colleagues, community members, family and friends. On behalf of our entire family, all of us as his children want to express our deep and heartfelt gratitude for the support, the kindness, and the love that has surrounded us since our father's passing. Your presence here, your words, your prayers, your solidarity has reminded us of just how far his life reached and how many lives he touched. Our father was a national figure, a statesman, a leader of profound conviction, and while the nation called him honorable, he belonged to a wider world, and we shared him willingly, though not always easily, because we understood that he didn't just serve his country, he truly belonged to it. His time, his voice, his wisdom, these were gifts that he gave generously to the people. But when he was with us, he was fully present, never distracted, never hurried. The time he gave us was rare, but it was truly rich, undisturbed, deliberate, and full of purpose. He was, in every sense, an extraordinary man. These memories we're about to share are just a glimpse into our hero. Dad was disciplined, structured, and decisive. When Dad made a decision, it was final, and we all knew it. He'd pause and draw his breath. I'd see, and from there, you knew the talk would be long, firm, sometimes funny, but always with a purpose. If he began telling a story from his childhood, we knew we were going to sit down for at least an hour. He would speak about how far he had to walk to get to school, how one good meal a day kept him going, but how he shared everything with his siblings because it was necessary. These stories were reflections and lessons in perspective. He often reminded us that if wishes were horses, then beggars would ride. Do not wish, make it happen. If you get no for an answer, then you're asking the wrong person. Do not wait, begin. He made it clear that we were standing on the shoulders of sacrifice. And because of that, we never take our lives for granted. Education was one of our father's greatest passions. He spoke about it constantly as a tool for success and a foundation for freedom. He called our report cards magic tickets, not because they guaranteed gifts, but they represented effort, discipline, and freedom. When we did well, he would ask, "Did you do your best?" And if we said yes, he believed us. He didn't reward results alone, he really rewarded effort. But even when we scored high, he never praised too much. If we came home with a beaming 90%, he'd raise an eyebrow and say, "Manje, the 10% lenu shiyele bani." Because in his eyes, there was always room to grow, always a high level of excellence. But underneath that was a belief in us so steady that it never had to be loud.
There's so much that we're going to miss. We'll miss his presence, the way his entry changed the room, the sound of his footsteps, the look on his face when something wasn't right, that sharp, sinking silence before he would simply ask, "What's the problem?" We'll miss his laughter, especially when it came from deep within and reached all the way to his eyes. Those moments were rare and unforgettable. We'll miss his immaculate suits. His socks were always hidden, his shoes were polished, his posture strong, unshakable. Dad didn't walk, he moved with purpose, with direction. He was a man who lived as though he had a calling, because he did. And that purpose carried him through every room, every role, every day. Dad was also never casual about parenting. He wanted us to become people of substance, people who could stand tall, though without arrogance, people who knew what they stood for and who they stood beside. Papa bekathanda ukuthi umuntu kumele angafani nelibhara. Ulibhara ungalifaka lutho bese uyalishiya. Tawuphindze ulithole khona. Bekasikhumbuta ukuthi njengoba yena sebenzela bonke abantu nakanathi utasita kodwa kumele bese siyathambela sikwadi ukuthi sisukumela sihambe phambili ngekuzimisela. He supported every wild dream that we brought to the table, sometimes with enthusiasm or with silence and a nod. He let us try. Go for it, he'd say. And we did, because he believed in us long before we believed in ourselves. More than grief, what we feel is gratitude. Gratitude that we were loved so deeply by such a rare man. Gratitude for the lessons, the standards, the strength, and the example. Gratitude for the honor of calling him Dad. He taught us that every move matters, that your name must mean something, that you should never walk past someone that you can help, that no challenge is beyond you. If you face it with discipline, humility, and heart, you'll succeed. And so today, we stand with our shoulders back and chins up, just as he taught us. Papa, it's now your time to rest. Finally, you get your rest and have the peace you deserve. We love you, and we'll keep you alive in us by living what you taught us. Thank you.
Kanye nawe Nkosi yami kanye nawe Nkosi yami mangihambi imihla yonke kanye nawe Nkosi yami. Sanibonani. Good morning. I think Sister China usihloniphele all the dignitaries that are here. So mine is to just speak for the siblings. mina ngi-last born ngesiswati kuthiwa sigcina thuni. Number 12, ubhuti beka number 6. So number 6 and 12, if you can check, kuna this serious significance about these numbers. So that is why we used to fight a lot, because I need my youngest sister now. So I prayed to God that today in Gala strength to talk about our brother. Ekhaya service imbita makhanda khanda. Ngale nhloko yakhe ngiyibona beyi somehow. Siphinze simbite sithi hurricane. So let me just say a few words. My speech is, it won't be long. Today, I stand before you with a heart heavy with grief and full of gratitude. A moment I never imagined that will come so soon. I stand here not only as Zandile, your youngest sister, but as the voice of all your siblings, the family of 12 that God blessed us with. They've already said when they read your obituary that we have 8 girls and 4 boys. You, my brother David, you were number 6. Although you stood somewhere in the middle because of the number 6. You carried the heart, the strength, and the responsibility of the eldest. Out of the 12 of us, 4 were called to glory before you, and now it is you. We have joined them, and once again, we are left with a deep sense of loss. Your passing has left us with more questions, my brother, than answers. It's hard to understand and even harder to accept that you are now no more. But as your siblings, we take comfort in knowing that what has happened, it is the will of God. We were promised in our Bible, when I read my Bible, that this world is not our home. One day we will all live. We may not understand it now, but we trust in His divine plan. There is a plan. Sometimes when we joke as a family with Bramike, we said, the first 4, I have said, we're saying, who's next now? It looks like somebody lying. But now my brother has jumped the line. Now I think usiswam angeka sahamba because my brother umjampile wahamba. So sesele nawe sisumkhulu. Sisele nawe auntie, babe wethu. Nyaniva mankhala, you say, why kungahambanga nini? Iplan la kaNkulunkulu ngeke ulichaze. Bekade ukuthi by this time, this date, my brother David will be here. When our beloved parents passed on, we were left with a painful void. But you, my brother, stepped in without hesitation. So as anabosisi labaningi abobhuti bangadlaleli next to our yard ekhaya. So he was so overprotective. Bekabashaya, my boyfriend bekabashaya. So now, akasawa shy. I remember one of my sisters, I introduced Usbar Guput. This is my fiance, I uput. You know what? Mari, la, morning soup here. Just imagine the spar is here, bamkomba like this. La, morning soup here. Mina ngabe kunguwe ngabe ngiyekela lento. Angeke kuncede. So they can't understand if everything beya according to my brother's plan, thina bosisi wakhe ngaba sikakashadi. Because uthi ihloko tethu tiyashisa. So there's no man that can handle us. So beyangafuni sishada. Wasakhela ikhaya elikhulu ukuthi makusihlulile sibuyele ekhaya. So ngaloko but still sisi thank you. Siyazama ukuthola ama boyfriend ngoba angeke sihlale sodwa. So we will request us your spirit to be with us. Ubagadze bangasihlubi. But sitobazama ukuthola. Angisho la abantwaneni babhuti ba comrade. Lana angifuni lutho. Unless you have rhino horns, then we can talk. So, my brother, as your youngest sister, I can say this with certainty. I personally felt your love, your protection, and your wisdom. You were more than just a brother. You were a father figure, a mentor, and a pillar. When my parents died, I was doing standard 6. I was in grade 8 today. Then my brother, ngasala naye ekhaya, what I can't raise a young girl now. I want transfer, I want kusisa, awukhulise lo. My sister wangikhulisa. So, mangi esikolweni eVets Technicon by then, that is called now University of Johannesburg. My brother, we want to tell him back. But I'm not going to take you to school. Just go yourself. And I went. I was crying. I said, my brother don't love me. I went. When I arrived at Joburg, it was raining. And I don't know anyone, I don't know the place. But just go, you find people, Bapila, you said, Sanbonani, Apamatex, Laya Ebestek. I said, but that's we're not going to. Now I'm teaching you to be strong, to know that there are human beings outside. For you just to greet them and ask. They will show you the way. I'm here today. Actually, I'm the strongest in the family. My brother taught me that. Makanginiki imali yokudla esikoleni eVets Technicon. Mangithi bhuti ngicela imali yokudla esikoleni imali yokudla. How much do you need? Anything is fine. Akunike 300 rand. Oh, okay. But put the 300 rand, that's yes. You've got a bazaar, isn't it? So actually, I'm not supposed to give you money, but because you cry a lot, take this 300 rand for a month, you sort yourself. That's okay. I used to join others when they go to work. My brother taught me a lot. Now I can even go anywhere. I will not suffer. I will not sleep outside because now I know Umundu. My brother taught me the spirit of Ubuntu, to respect everybody. So I'm happy now. But my brother, we are humble, another thing. I will take care of my family. Being the youngest, I will lead from behind. I know they are not strong. but I'll lead the Mabuza family. Mr. President, as a family, there were times where we longed for our brother's presence. Moments when we need my brother near us. We sometimes complained about the business of my brother, but we came to understand that my brother's heart did not belong to us only as a family. It is also belonged to the people of Mpumalanga and the country that my brother chose to serve with dedication. Budi, we know that you lived your entire life as a dedicated and loyal member of the African National Congress, serving in good standing until the end. Your life was a testament to commitment, discipline, and unwavering service, not only to your family, but to the people of this nation. Even though it was painful, we learned to live with it. And through it all, we remained proud of you, of your service, your commitment, and your strength. Today we honor you not just as a leader, but as our beloved brother, cousin, the father, you have loved a nation. Isizwe sakaMabuza sikhulu. But only what we can say, my brother, say thank you for the love, for the toughness, and the sacrifices. The laughter, because if you had told us, my brother, deputy president, those who were lucky to be near him, they know that my brother sometimes can be a comedian. And people, they know him. My brother will always love you as your sisters. I want to give thanks to, special thanks to Sis Regina, Sis Candide, Sis Dinah, Sis Jeanette. You have supported us. Sis Dinah said, or Sis Regina said, God. So we don't know why my brother was telling Sis Regina that. Maybe they got feel like, you know what? Now I need to take this journey. The journey that my brother knows that he will travel alone. We are here, but was Bambala. So, Lala Gatem Shabala, Tongalama Vuso Wangwa, will forever love and carry your legacy in our hearts. Thank you.
Ngiyanibingelela egameni lenkosi yethu Jesu Kristu. Amen. Welcome eBrondal. Welcome lapha ePola. Welcome lapha eBabaton at the farm. Thina bakamabuza nakaba umama unkabinde sithi loku sivelele thina la is not unique to our family. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Ramaphosa, former President of the Republic, Ubaba Mbeki, Deputy President Mashatile, Speaker of our Parliament, all protocol observed. We as a family, we are very touched by your presence here on this last journey of our beloved brother. Many have spoken glowingly about our late brother. Many who didn't know him have defined him differently to what we know him to be. He was a well-grounded soldier of the ANC, well-disciplined, Mr. Unity. We as a family were proud that he dedicated his life serving the people of Mpumalanga in Tanzania region, the whole of Mpumalanga, and subsequently the whole of South Africa. DD, as was affectionately known, was the best timekeeper. If he was sitting in front of me, he will be starting to show his watch that you need to finish, you don't need to take time. But many, Mr. President, don't know. He was a kind-hearted guy, very disciplined, and once he takes a decision, you can rely on that decision. That you'll agree with you one thing and go out and do something different. And his wife and the family suffered a lot because DD never worked for family. If you were a family member, you were disadvantaged in his eyes. I used to fight with him to say, why don't you get your wife to be driven by government security or in a government car? He refused. Patience, Nkosikazi wake, used to drive from Barberton every morning to White River, Chiao Angel Eskoleni, and in the afternoon she would go and pick her up. Zandile, the one who was speaking here, you didn't say Zandile gave you the bursary when you went to the university. And that was the discipline that he had. He never combined his personal life with government. And that is the discipline that he had. We also appreciate the work that has been done by the SG's office, SG Vuta, Mbalula. Thank you very much for the support from the SGO office. We also want to thank the son of the soil, Premier, chairperson of the ANC in the province, Mandla Ndlovu, his deputy, Uspidi, no Secretary Usguda, and other officials of the province. Mr. President, the chairperson moved his office to the Mabuza homestead, and he worked there every day together with the officials to provide support to the family. And for that, we are very much humbled. Zandile did mention the trio, our sisters, Ukendith, Regina, Dinah, for all the work that they've been able to do to support the family and support to Sisomkhulu since the event happened. And when I spoke to Sisomkhulu on the day of the passing of our brother, he said one thing: our brother belonged to the ANC. It is up to the ANC how they want to give him a send-off. So as a family, sibonga abafundisi, sibonga umphakathi waseMpumalanga, sibonga my comrades of the ANC for having overwhelmingly supported the family during this time. But more importantly, His Excellency the President, we thank you for having honored our brother. One thing, Mr. President, you must know, DD was an honest and straightforward person. Many people are saying things they don't know. When DD decided to embrace unity, he lived for it. DD didn't take a decision at the 11th hour of where he wanted to see South Africa. General Holomisa, SACP Secretary General Solima Paela, Julius Malema, Blade Nzimande, you all remember Good Friday meeting in Johannesburg, where DD was very clear in 2017 Easter holiday, long before the conference in December. What DD said to you, he kept his word. No one changed him, because by then he had decided the cause for a better South Africa. That is the guy that worked with you as your deputy. We are all so happy that you worked very well together. He respected you even in your absence. And you will say, no, but President won't like this. What will the President say? Those were his words. And we also want to thank the ANC through you and through the SG's office for having dignified this service with your presence and with your direction. We as a family were heartened. His children are here. They can see it for themselves. The boy was talking here, Umkolisi. I'm the one who fetched him from hospital because DD was not available. He was working on ANC matters, and he asked me to go and fetch his son in Johannesburg. This is the man that believed in unity. This is the man who made sure that those who were his enemies, he made up with them. From his hospital bed in Mill Park Hospital. When he moved from Mill Park Hospital, we moved him to Little Mary in Pretoria. From not being able to move, Little Mary did the wonders to help him to start walking. Then we moved him to a final place in Johannesburg where he underwent rehabilitation. Whilst in Mpumalanga, Mr. President, you'll remember you came for the graduation ceremony at Mpumalanga University. There was a Save Mpumalanga that wanted to talk to you. And as a discipline leader, you did not meet them. And I had a discussion with Comrade Didi in his hospital bed in Mill Park. And I said, it is important that we deal with the issue of unity in Mpumalanga. And it didn't take me long to convince him. And we agreed that I had to come home and engage with each member of the concerned ANC leaders. When he came back from hospital, I took one by one of those members so that they could reconcile with each other. And we were all crying, Mr. President, because when I realized how deep the relationships were amongst these comrades. And that led to a very united and strong ANC in the province. And it demonstrated that what you can achieve with unity. We want to say thank you to you. Can I ask you to stand up? Can I ask you to stand up? Not the family, not the president. If you can all clap. You are giving up. Thank you. None of us is as good as all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. If we're not in the funeral, I was going to say, let's clap hands for Ubaba Gumede. Thank you, family, for all the tributes. This is the last day where we'll come. I know as a family we'll remain with memories. Sisi sinfu ayawulala maqhawe tiyawusala tibongo. Angeke sigcine khuluma ngaye namhla kodwa kuhlangana umtimba wakhe ukhona kokugcina namhla. Angeke siphinde sihlangane umtimba wakhe ukhona. Kunemuntu lotolala la. There's somebody who's going to sleep here because the keys are here. So we don't want you to sleep in the stadium, in this stadium. So you'll come forward on that side to come collect the keys of your Mercedes-Benz. It's not just a person like Regina. This one is driving a Mercedes-Benz. Mr. President, many countries are here. We also have messages of support, which we are not going to read. Though we'll acknowledge that we have a message of support from the President of Botswana, and many other countries are represented here. Your China, through their embassies, your China, Japan, Tanzania, Cote d'Ivoire, DRC, Singapore, Mozambique, Uganda, Namibia, Kenya, Vietnam, Norway, Egypt, Algeria, and so many others. So we must know as people of Mpumalanga that nearly the whole world is on the soil of Mpumalanga because of Dabede Mabuza. Mr. President, I want just to acknowledge one person in our midst. The principal of a primary school of Mr. Dabede Mabuza, Bishop Dr. Manzini, who's also my principal, was a primary. Umatina is over 60, and we still have our principal who's still young and energetic, was a primary, I a secondary. Manzini sukuma nje bakubone. Thank you so much. I'm a woman. It looks like I didn't acknowledge women. I didn't acknowledge Mama Mabuza, Sis Patience, Nkosikazi kaBhuti in our midst. Ula, and she's supported by another woman, Nkosikazi Deputy President, Mama Shatile. As we don't want not to recognize you as women, as we are going to receive a message from Mama Mabuza by Miss Nonhlanhla, the one who's going to read the message from Mama. I don't want to mix names here. 1 3-second song as she's coming forward. Miss Nomsam Nisi. As Miss Nomsam Nisi is coming forward, 1 second. Or if not, you hold it because she's already on the stage. Says Nomsam, over to you with the message from Umama. Mercedes-Benz, don't forget your keys.
My letter to you, my beloved Mshengu. Mshengu wam, I never, even in my wildest dreams, imagined a life without you. Yet here I am, writing our last love letter. I trust you can hear me, for you always said, open quote, death is not final, but rather a transition to the spiritual world, close quote. I still remember the day we met like it was yesterday. You approached me with your quiet confidence and told me boldly that you had found what you were looking for. Someone who could help build likhaya lemshengu. At first, I thought you were bluffing. And yet, 23 years later, here we are, still building. When we met, I was searching for a man like my father, hardworking, committed, a man whose purpose was greater than himself. You were looking for a woman who loved her family, someone who could help build the Mabuza household. And in each other, we found something sacred, a true partnership. How can I forget our first date with King David, my favorite character from the Bible? I wasn't politically conscious then. and didn't know what you really were. When the waiters started calling you Booty, and you indulged them. Even though we were on our first date, it showed me your big heart and how you wanted to see people first before wishing to be seen. I was sold. Not only had I landed my own King David, but he also had a heart as large as the world he served. Our honeymoon phase was short-lived, as I soon realized I was sharing you, not with another woman, but with a greater calling, and you would understand. Serving the people of South Africa was your first love. Like any young wife, I struggled with that at first. But seeing the joy, the purpose, and impact you brought to the people of Mpumalanga, I came to embrace my place beside you as your partner in life with love and pride. The love you had for your children was tough but empowering. We would sometimes wonder why it seemed easier for you to help others before your own family. But then we'd remember your words. The most I can do for my family is to send you to school so that you can free yourselves. And that you did faithfully. Beyond the Mabuza clan, the many children you raised, you mentored, and protected became my own children too. Today, they surround me in this moment of grief. They remind me that you did not live in vain, that your love stretched far, wide, and deep. I love and appreciate how you loved, had, and cherished me. I remember the excitement on your face when you heard me were expecting Angela. You personally made arrangements for the delivery to be on the 7th. Elections were on the 14th, and you wanted to be there for us. Thank you, Twonga. I will forever be grateful to you, Mshengu, for giving me the space and freedom to pursue my own passions, to raise our children, and to walk beside you, not in your shadow, but with you. Thank you for choosing me as your partner on this journey. You touched so many lives quietly and profoundly. And when you left government, you said it was time to take care of your health and make up for the lost time with your family. And you kept that promise. I'll miss our morning routine, coffee with singwasembila, sometimes scones, where we'd catch up on the plans for the day. Some days it was quick and light, other days longer, especially when you've been away for a few days. So when you left for your regular checkups, I didn't worry at all. You always came back to us, to your favorite place, home. I remember our last call. You said you slept well, that the bloods were okay, just a small concern with your oxygen levels. You sounded like yourself, still full of hope, still making plans. We even laughed, wondering what time you'd be home. See you later, you said. We knew what that meant. We carried on with our day, expecting you as we always did. I didn't know that that call would be the last. An hour later, they called me, Mama, we're taking Ubaba to hospital. Please come. Just like that, everything changed. I am sorry, my love. If we didn't appreciate you enough while you were here, I now know that you did your best with what you knew and all you had. You gave so much of yourself to us, to the country, to the cause. Sometimes I wonder how your heart held it all. There is so much I still don't understand, so much I still want to ask you, but I trust the one who knows all things. We trust God. He knows, He sees, and He will not leave us, just as Psalm 34 verse 18 promises. Now I speak to the silence you've left behind, to the empty chair, to the familiar quiet where your voice used to be. I carry your memory in every room I walk into, in every face of the children and comrades you loved. Rest now, Mshengwam. I will carry the rest of the journey with the strength you left behind in all of us. Your forever love.
Singani wena wendobi lekhulu leyadala emakhosi tindlebe takho tikhanya lilanga ngikwati sephela mabuza tindlebe takho tiva konke sidvaba sakho sahlala silithuli isifihle lokubumbekile nalokubusisekile ngithi kuvundle emakhosana nemakhosi ngisho wena phonfolutse engomeni ohelo ofunako makathathe esithwebhu sakhe akulandzele lesikwatiko sithi mabuza mshengu shabalala lophako dvonga lamavuso wena lowecetsa tingalo takasoshangane kwaZulu nakubabe eSwatini ngekhamba ubutabondlela kanti mshengu nashabalala komhlaba bashona kuphi ungimabuza longalandfula ngelifodlane ngenkani ubekile uyababa ungipelebhele uthi bhe ngisho wena sihlabanelo walwa imbe engabeni eAfrika kamabuza imfalo kuvalwa ngetinhloko temadvodza bantfwana nebatukuli bakhe abakhulumeli bamunya kubonina labadluliselwa nguwe dvonga lamavuso ngisho wena lowakhokha siye wafihla umkhonto ngokumbambelela wagadla betu umuntu ngekwakhe wathemba kusebenzisa ingane kunyenti lengakubita ngako lingaphuma langa lishona liphindze libuye litonkishaya ngemuva emhlane ngisho wena mabuza longathathi nabo shabalala mshengu ugininza dlamini mhlanga amavuso ugininza nhlabathi kanye nabakwamagudulela ngiphe tindlebe takho ngikubekele kahle indzaba ungathathi nabo gininza ngiyathemba tindlebe takho tiyangiva nangikhuluma konke ngisho wena mabuza longateki kushabalala abantwana baludvonga sigcina thumba usakini ngugininza nobe sobona amathanga lamahle phakathi ensimini kamabhuso likhuba lakho lokulima uyagcina magudulela ludvonga nanyawo ngekulandzelana kwabo bobathathu batalwa ngumavuso lotalwa ngimshengu utalwa bakashabalala tive temampontfo kushabalala timbita ngancabalala angithi mshengu nankosi madvodzana asitva soluthuli bobabili batalwa ngigulwamba ngiyathemba ungifa kahle mabuza mshengu shabalala lophako dvonga lamavuso phela eSwatini bekukhona indvodza lebekuthiwa ngumkhulu nkosi lo watala kuwawa watala kulamba nkosi watala wena wangwane lo watala cebisa lo tala dlamini hlubi lomuhle gwalagwala lelihle lemakhosi lo waphelela lokumnanzi emfundini watomfata botala ngikwesikele kwegcina phela amabusa dvonga lamavuso nhlabathi namhlanga batalwa ngimshengu lotalwa bakashabalala tive temampontvo kushabalala timbita nganqabalala lapho lele khona mabuza mshengu makube nekufula ngiyathemba ezulwini sitobonana futhi angithi kulomhlaba siphila kwesikhashana siyandlula ngidome the poet insansane ehle ngimakhothwa ngina
Musha siyabonga bomshengu shabalala bodvonga lemavuso siyabonga kakhulu President invoyinye lengayisho ngamabuza uthi nakasifundzisa when he was teaching us he would say respect people don't make people to wait for you when you invited people to say the meeting starts at 9 o'clock be there at 8:30 the people must find you there and we kept to that he was a man of time he was a man of his word What he promises you, he does it. Even the fight, when he says, now I'm fighting you, he fights you. He doesn't fight you at the back. He tells you straight that manje sengiyakulahla. Nami wangilahla kanyendi. Waphize wangilanza. Nasakulanza uyakutshela athi sesi so uyafuneka kule space. Buya. That's Mabuza. Akabhaqi. Usende nathi sabanjalo. Nakufaka emahlathini yakutshela athi manje ngiyokufaka ehlathini. Manje ngiyokuphula linyawo. Manje lo siyombulala, simbulala manje, afe manje. That's Mabuza. So sonke sibe emagwabeni. Ngiyokufaka emagwabeni. Angathi noma amagwabani awati the guava. Or athi what is the seashore? La ngase yeah, bayati ma comrades lo ngisho wona. La ngaselwandle Godrich. Konje bathi ngikufaka kuphi kunalapho. Ukuthi yokufaka lela lwandle liphelela khona. That's Mabuza. Akakufihleli. Nasekhaya, nakulahla umsesi wakhe yakutshela sengiyakulahla. That's who he was. He was a straight man. He was not an angel. He had his mistakes, many mistakes. He had good things also. There are so many graduates that benefited from his foundation, and even before the foundation, when he was still a teacher, he took many to universities. And he said, when you are at university, he says, make sure you make a mark, and he will monitor you there. You must belong to structures. You must belong to SANSCO then, and SASCO, and must be in the SRCs, which were there. So, we shall not have done justice if we don't pay condolences to his close protectors, whom he was with until the last breath. I know that they are deeply, deeply hurt, or sad, more, I can't say more than all of us, but really, when you look at them, you feel like crying, because they were always with him. His office, inner office, we say condolences to the inner office that supported him. When we arrived at the hospital, President, they were there, the close protectors and the inner office. So our deepest, deepest condolences. I want to call Ubaba Utoni Ngwenyama to just bring a vava voom. It is a mourning service, but at the same time, it is a revival. Because the passing on of Mabuza tells us that death is real. He just disappeared. He just disappeared because he was fine in the morning. He was fine at 11. Then in the afternoon, he's no more. So we are saying, Babeton, sifake emvuselelweni. As I hand over to the minister, Ubaba Donald Lamula, Ronald Lamula. I say Donald because I wanted to tell you, President, that Mabuza lo bekakhuluma la, who was reading the obituary, is Dumisani Donald. So that is in my mind. That's why I say Donald. Dumisani Donald Mabuza. Then it tells with Mabuza what is the trend of their names. Tony Ngwenyama.
Gaiboli Kenana. Sanbonan Pupala. Gaiboli Kenana. Mina Gaiboli Kenana. Sesam Valelis. Gaiboli Kenana. Mina listen to this, it's not an easy way. Angela, it's not an easy way. Axelula, not an easy way. Oh, I believe I believe sure, I believe
You're watching SABC News. We're coming to you live from Nelspruit. It is the state funeral of the late former Deputy President Dabede Mabuza. We are in the midst of the program at the moment. A number of speakers having spoken in the last hour and a half or so since the program began. Mfundo?
Quite a number of speakers indeed, among those being family, friend, and also businessman Robert Gumede, quite a prominent businessman that many would know of, having touched on a number of things around the personality of Dabede Mabuza, speaking of a decisive man, even touching on the 2017 Nasrec conference, going to say, when we speak of a decisive man, they speak of Dabede Mabuza because it wasn't at the 11th hour that he decided to endorse the unity slate and ensure that President Cyril Ramaphosa emerges. He indicated that this was a decision long taken, actually, around Good Friday, which is quite interesting. Perhaps to bring in Mzwandile Mpeche here to touch on this very aspect, that when we hear Robert Gumede saying, contrary to belief that it was an 11th hour decision to not endorse Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Robert Gumede says it was a decision long taken. Easter, Good Friday is when he had decided that he would change the course of South Africa's trajectory.
Well, I think when Robert Gumede, one of the people who've been part and parcel really of his journey as a politician, you can believe what he's saying because he's been part and parcel of what has been happening. But of course, there was a lot of things. Remember, when comrades go to conference, they engage each other. They have different perspectives. So somehow, I would come and engage you, and perhaps you give me hope that I'm with you, when Tulas has already agreed with you that that's the journey you're taking. I guess that was part of the engagement. But the fact of the matter is that I think by the time we got to Nasrec, somehow those people had taken a decision. It's just that it had not been communicated. And I think many people can attest to that. It's just that perhaps many more did not know about it.
Yeah. So it's getting quite lively. So as a result, there's quite a bit of noise that you're hearing in the background as you know the people inside the marquee are up on their feet and they're singing and dancing. Among some of the band performances we had earlier on was Masibuyele Jehovah Choir, which we are told was his favorite gospel choir. But the other thing, Mfundo, that I've really enjoyed, because with figures like Dabede Mabuza and other national leaders, you and I get to know them as political actors, tacticians, players, shrewd politician, calculating, etc. But today we're getting a sense of the person at home. And the one theme I was talking about very quickly is that theme of a stern father, but loving.
Indeed, and that's something we spoke about a bit earlier on, that it seems to be a common thread. Each and every person speaks of a father who was somewhat strict. And it's quite refreshing to hear of the kind of encounters they would have had as family members, even to have learned of how much he loved Masibuyele Jehovah and gone as far as supporting them with resources whenever they needed to tour the country. And to have them here performing at his final send-off, I suppose, is almost a full circle moment where not only would it mean a lot to the family, but we also now get to appreciate how important this specific band is for the late Dabede Mabuza.
So I mean, some of what we discovered, Mzwai, as we're talking about him at home, you heard there from one of his siblings, and there were 12 of them in the family. So sibling number 6, Zandile Mabuza was talking about the other nickname that I discovered. I must say I didn't know this nickname until a few days ago, that while you and I called him, quote unquote, the cat, at home they called him the hurricane.
That was quite interesting. And in fact, despite that he was in the middle, but he somehow tended to take the lead.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that from the family, he can be able to then become the chairperson of a province, the deputy president of the country, does tell you that despite the ranking in the family, so he was quite very influential. And you know, one of the things that Tula Sizwe and Mfundo that I've really gathered from here is that he was very strict with his family.
Yeah.
So, and then he wanted them to do things the right way. There is a tendency in some families generally that perhaps if one of you is successful or prominent, they tend to take a back seat because they just think things will come easy.
Yeah.
So when you hear the stories, you realize that, well, maybe he was a very tough man sometimes.
And I suppose it's all too familiar in many households where you have a teacher or a school principal. They tend to honestly push for education and for some level of independence with many. And it actually took us even to his level of activism in the profession. Because we heard today that even in his obituary, that he met the Sukati brothers who were very politically conscious. And these were the people that ignited that activism in him, that he took into his profession, that in education they conscientize the youth to ensure that we have even this liberation.
Yeah, quite a very important aspect that we are mentioning, particularly when it relates to education.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the schools that he built. In fact, we'll take it up further.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I do have to pause our conversation. Let's go back to the program now as we see one of the program directors back at the podium, Ronald Lamula.
siyabonga, siyabonga. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Emndenini kaMabuza nayo kaMnisi, ibandla le-ANC liyanibonga ukuthi nisinikede ubhuti ubaba Mabuza ukuthi asebende lesive sase South Africa. Banibonga ngalendlela ngoba bebacula naye, bebahamba naye tindzawo tonke tase South Africa. Siyathi ukuthi bekuyisacrifice lenkulu, sivile emndenini ukuthi abe phansi yomzabalazo. It's a big sacrifice for the family. So siyabonga ukuthi nisiboleke yena njengoba sesimletha si-celebrate impilo yakhe. Manje nje sesitobita loka declare a state funeral and a national period of mourning. Lokunguya ngumngameli welive in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Into nje lencane engayisho ukuthi ubaba Mabuza uma kaba uDeputy President bekusikhathi lesingimadima kakhulu. It's just ukuthi labaningi sesikhohlwile kusi nje itolo bekune COVID le South Africa. Itolo nje kona lokho bekune COVID kusikhathi lesimadima kakhulu. Uma lento bethi seiyeda umngameli welive abide uMinister weHealth ukuthi abuye eSouth Africa, besithuke sonke sisi lento yosicetha. Nabo bonke le Europe babasivele lento le hayi abaqetha abantu base-Africa. Umngameli wasibita sonke sahlalisana phansi. Sine lesi younger generation kakhulu. Ku constitution yelive bekuna two options bekufanele siwathathe. Yekuqala was whether we must declare a state of emergency. The second one was whether we should declare a national state of disaster. Sine nje labancanyana besithi no, we must just declare a state of emergency. Upresident nobaba Mabuza bathi hayi hambani niyoyicabangisisa kahle lento. Hambani niyoyicabangisisa kahle. And some of the senior comrades of the ANC and cabinet were saying no man, think this thing properly. Hayi sahamba soyicabanga sabuya futhi sathi no man, national emergency is the way to go. Basibuyisele move. Sabuya ke laba bane experience, laba bane wisdom, bathi hayi man, asibambeni le state of disaster. Naye ubaba Mabuza asigayidela towards the state of disaster. Nemngameli welive asigayidela towards the state of disaster, not state of emergency. Ngila ngabona khona ukuthi yathi le dynamic between generations is very important. Ngoba lalabadzala batosi no ningagijimi kakhulu ibambeni kancane. Uma sengiyibheka nje with hindsight, I think the decision on a state of disaster was the best one. So that is the dynamic relationship between the elders nathi la ku cabinet. And for lokho siyababonga kakhulu ubaba Mabuza uyidlalile inzima yakhe naye kule process yokugovernor live lase South Africa. Njengamanje ngizosicela ukuthi sonke sime ngetinyawo samukele umngameli welive ukuthi asinikete Eulogy. Ngiyaxolisa ke eMaswati angathi ukuthi Eulogy yini ngeSwati. Ngizamile ku research hayi monke ma experts awakhonanga kungitshela. So siyambita umngameli wesive President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency ukuthi ete phambili ato deliver Eulogy on behalf of the state and the government of the Republic of South Africa. You are wrong.
Amandla. Amandla. Long live the spirit of Dabede Mabuza, long live. Long live the spirit of Dabede Mabuza, long live. Amandla. Program directors, Minister Lamula and Deputy Minister Mhaule, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile, the Mabuza and Mnisi families, former President Thabo Mbeki, ministers and deputy ministers, Premier Mandla Ndlovu, the Premier of Mpumalanga, right now, I guess I'm the only one who can mimic him. But Comrade Mandla has really branded himself, and many of us will try to speak like him from time to time. Judge President of Mpumalanga High Court, Justice Mphahlele, representatives of fellow African countries who are here present, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Togo Didiza, the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, my sister Refilwe Msweni, members of Parliament, leaders of political parties, the Secretary General of the African National Congress, and fellow officials of the ANC, and members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Julius Malema, and General Bantu Holomisa, okhona lapha naye, the leadership of the alliance partners who are here present, and various other organizations of the mass democratic movement, members of the diplomatic corps, traditional leaders, Kgoshi Mokoena, the president of Contralesa, who is here present, religious leaders, or Bishopu, abakhona lapha, General Mapwanya, the Chief of the Defense Force, as well as members of the Military Command Council, the people of Mpumalanga, fellow mourners. We are gathered here today in what I would call a solemn remembrance to honor the life of a man who in many ways has had a huge impact and contribution on our journey to a democratic South Africa. But we are also here to celebrate the life of the son of Mpumalanga and a man of the people. It is as a servant of the people for which our departed leader, Comrade Dabede Mabuza, will forever be remembered. David Mabuza, DD, as we all fondly knew him, was a revered leader not only in his home province, but also throughout the country. He served as our country's deputy president. He served as the premier of this province and as a deputy president of his movement, the African National Congress. When he served as a member of parliament, he also was a leader of government business, where he proved to be a renowned political strategist, always deftly navigating the very difficult balance amongst various political parties. And I guess that is why some of the members of other political parties are here today, including Julius Malema and General Bantu Holomisa, not so much to come and make sure that he's gone, but to make sure that they come and pay their own tribute to him. So Julius Malema atlela mo go tlisa mathata o tletse mo to come and pay his tribute, and we thank him for that. And le General Holomisa akazanga la ukuzothi point of order, Madam Speaker. In all his roles, DD was often described as strategic, enigmatic, and fiercely loyal to the cause of stability and unity. Yet, despite his stature, he was forever humble. His own humble beginnings infused him with a mission to uplift our people. He was most happy when he was amongst the people, and he was a person who never isolated himself from the people of our country, and he never lost his common touch. Since the news came of his passing, we have seen throngs of ordinary citizens, traditional leaders and political leaders from across the political spectrum flocking to DD's home in Barberton to pay his respects. Such was his popularity, and such was his ability to unite people of this province. DD was not a man for standing on podiums and giving long speeches. I recall that each time I either delivered the State of the Nation address or the January 8th statement, and I went over an hour and a half, he would always say, President, so dlulisile isikhathi manje, ukhulumeka kakhulu. He was not a man for pomp and ceremony of high office. He preferred to be on the ground with the masses of our people, listening to their concerns and working to improve their lives. Over the past days, we have heard from a number of young people of Mpumalanga who have described him as a father of the community, who helped to bring development to many rural parts of this province. He was a man of sharp intellect. He was a person who was very pragmatic, and he had a deep resolve in what he did. To some, he was the cat with 9 lives, resilient in the face of political storms. I used to think that it was just a nickname, that he was called a cat. But in some conversations, he would refer to himself as uyangazi mina ngiyikati. But to many in his home province and beyond, he was a source of support, as we have had, a provider of opportunities, and a champion for rural development and education. His political activism began from a very young age. His former principal recalls how he was still in primary school when he got involved in politics, first through the Black Consciousness movement and later as a trade unionist. David Dabede Mabuza loved education, as we heard throughout this morning. When he finished high school, he chose to enter the teaching profession. We've heard outpourings of love from those that he encouraged to study. There are probably some of his former high school learners here, people who still call him Sir or Meneer, because they clung to his passion for education long after he left the classroom. Mpumalanga has so many more boarding schools in various rural parts of this province because DD wanted to eradicate the barrier to education to farm children. True to his calling, the legacy that our former Deputy President leaves us is that of being quick to respond to matters of service delivery. Today, in this province, there are families who now live in decent homes because during his door-to-door campaigns, DD tended to intervene on the spot and at some point dug into his own pockets to meet the existential needs of our people. Those houses that were built were not built after years of follow-up meetings. They were erected within months because he was not one to make empty promises, as we also had. I had the privilege of serving alongside DD for 5 years in government, and during this time, I came to know him as a person who understood the responsibility that he had been given. Minister Lamola describes the moment when we needed to decide on whether to lock the country down to deal with COVID or not. And he correctly describes the difficulty that our national executive, which is cabinet, had on whether to declare a state of disaster or a state of emergency. In the end, the decision that the cabinet took was, Mr. President, you must decide on what direction to take. I consulted with DD, and I wanted to know which way he would go. I told Minister Lamula that he was not correct. DD, as many of you might have known him, he was quite a direct person and quite firm in taking decisions. He said, President, let's go for a state of emergency. Kube namasotsha yonke indawo. Sivale le country. And that was Didi's feeling. But at the same time, he said, Mr. President, but it is finally up to you what we should do. I opted for a much softer landing decision, which was a state of disaster. But even then, I found him dependable, reliable, and an excellent deputy president. As a leader of government business in parliament, he worked to ensure that the will of the people was reflected in the laws of the country and in the programs of our state. In all his responsibilities as deputy president, from land reform to dealing with the HIV and AIDS pandemic, from anti-poverty initiatives to addressing the needs of our military veterans, Dabede Mabuza could always be relied on. We will always remember him as a unifier, as a number of speakers have said this morning. As Premier of this province, he was committed to unifying the different people of the land of the rising sun. Emaswati, Amandebele, Bapedi, Mapulana, Indian, colored and white people of this beautiful province. In death, he has once again brought us all together across many nations as we had and continents to mourn, to pay homage, to remember, and to fondly reminisce about him and his life. Dabede Mabuza had a very close relationship with traditional leaders and especially worked to restore the dignity of the traditional leaders of our country in this province. He did so because he stayed rooted in the culture and amongst his own kindred. The allure of high office failed to change him and to isolate him from the people. In his eternal sleep, he is demonstrating that our many differences along political, party, and racial lines and the numerous disputes we may have are eclipsed by our shared desire to follow his lead in building a just, equitable, and caring society. Dabede Mabuza stood firm for unity, the unity of his movement, a movement that he served with total commitment, and it was his lifelong dream to see a very strong and united African National Congress. He leaves behind him a legacy of someone who sought to ensure that the center could hold and that there could be strong unity of the movement that he sacrificed so much and he loved so much. He played a key role in maintaining the balance in a deeply divided political landscape in our country, as well as in his own movement. We had hoped that he was going to be with us for much longer, particularly in his time of retirement, when he would have continued playing an important role giving guidance, giving advice on the quiet. I especially remember my conversation with him just a few weeks ago on the telephone when we spoke about the national dialogue, when he spoke fervently to me about the need for this national dialogue, and saying, as far as he was concerned, the national dialogue would forge cohesion in our country, would be able to come up with ideas that would chart the way forward for the nation. Yesterday we held the very first meeting of the Eminent Persons Group, a meeting which was attended in person by many of those who have now been chosen to give guidance and advice and to be the guarantors of the work of the national dialogue. It was indeed an excellent meeting, and I was deeply touched by the great enthusiasm that members of the Eminent Persons Group displayed in their discussions as they embark on this work of giving guidance to the national dialogue process. Dabede Mabuza would have been overjoyed to have heard that the process of the national dialogue is now underway. As we work together to overcome the challenges that our nation faces, we draw strength, encouragement, and comfort from the richness and profound meaning of Dabede Mabuza's life. The sad and untimely passing of our comrade is a time for the leaders of our country to reflect. Do we seek public office because the rewards we think can be reaped by being in public office, or do we take on the mantle of leadership and responsibility so that we may improve the lives of our people? Are we as selfless as we profess to be? Are we builders and unifiers, or do we seek to divide and to break? Now, these questions are easy to ask, but sometimes are difficult to answer. These are not just rhetorical questions. They are in many ways a call for honest reflection. True reflection about selflessness isn't about public declarations. It is shown in the quiet and often unseen moments when we choose others over ourselves, when we sacrifice comfort for the greater good of the people, when we stand firm for unity in a time of division. To build, as Dabede Mabuza was, to build unity is not simply to construct. It is to uplift, to strengthen, but also to heal. To unify is not to force sameness, but to draw people together in spite of their differences, to cultivate trust and to lead with empathy. But we must be honest. We are not always what we claim to be. Too many of us often say, yes, we are honest in what we say, but in the end become less honest in what we do. Too often, personal ambition takes precedence over collective progress. And too often, our words sow division. If we are serious about building something greater than ourselves, be it a movement, be it a community, or be it a nation, we must begin with humility. And we must also have great commitment and a measure of sacrifice. We must ask not just what we are fighting against, but we must ask what we are building towards. We need to let our selflessness be more than just sentiment. It should be action. Dabede Mabuza was a man of action. He was a man who was dedicated to unity in action. Let us not just say we are unifiers. We should live that unity like Dabede Mabuza did. And Dabede was not called Mr. Unity for nothing. At a time when there was disunity in the African National Congress, Dabede Mabuza sought to unite the ANC. And so with this passing, we have lost a great leader. Dabede Mabuza has left a void. In the words of King Solomon in the book of Proverbs 19:17, it says, "Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will reward them for what they have done." I do believe that Dabede Mabuza has done his part. He has indeed done a lot to unify the ANC and to lead the various parts of the various institutions he was granted the privilege to lead with great commitment. We need to honor him, but honor him correctly by emulating him, by doing what he did to be Mr. Unity. To the Mabuza and Nisi families and his loved ones, his friends, and his political family, the ANC, we offer you our condolences. May you find comfort in the knowledge that he gave his all to his movement, to his country, and to his people. And indeed, Dabede Mabuza did give his time, his energy, and in that, as we heard from his family, at times tended to deprive his own family of the time that he could have spent with them, meaning that he did dedicate himself to a greater cause. And to you, my dear brother Dabede, I am here to bid you farewell. You walked the path not always lit. Through the dust of doubt, you did commit. I worked with you at close range and saw your commitment. Your voice was not always loud, but it was firm and still. You were able to shape the cause with quiet will. I saw you bear the weight of the province and the land with dignity and with fortitude. You also bore that weight with measured step and with a steady hand. Through storms and the winds as they swayed, you were unmoved. You held the center night and day. And now, my dear brother, do rest, brave son of the African soil. I can say, as many of us do today, your work is done and your work is complete. The country remembers you. And all we can say today to you is that you should rest in eternal peace. DD, the cat of Mpumalanga, Ikati laseMpumalanga. I thank you for who you were to all of us. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mngameli welive for lenkulumo. Iyakonfirma ke ukuthi uBabe Mabuza bekasithunywa athunyeka. Njengoba ngivile namhlanje kwalagwaleni FM ekseni. So njengoba bengihleli la Babe Mabuza bekangithishela. Ngireceive amathiphu amaningi ukuthi yini eulogy ngeSiswati. So ngidonifundzela wona. Yekucala ithi eulogy ngeSiswati inkulumo yesikhumbuzo. Yesibili ithi eulogy ngeSiswati elije o inkondlo yelilwelo. Lenye futhi imessage wonke lama message avela kuma expert. Lenye ithi eulogy ukukhumbula o sibongo. Ngiyathemba lugwalagwala FM seliyo iconclude le debate kuthi kahle kahle yini eulogy ngeSiswati. Mina nginitshela lo ngithole kona from lama tips lengwavile. Pradoni, can you come back again and bless us with one last song as a special request? Uma kacetha angeke ngisabuya. Chaplain General, you will now take over when he finish the song that he's gonna sing, that he will take over now and then you will come. Ngibonge kakhulu sisebenzisane kahle mina nani kuyobuya Make Dina Make Regina. Sorry songikhumbula Make Dina full. Umake Regina Mhawule kuyobuya yena sachubeke ngalokunye kuniniketa ma announcements. You can come.
All right, live visuals there. We are still here at Hoërskool Barflam for the state funeral of South Africa's former Deputy President Dabede Mabuza. Ronald Lamula there, one of the program directors. We were actually remarking just off air how articulate and eloquent he is. Uyathi bonke kuzwathi noSiswati usikhuluma kamnanzi kangaka.
Hayi usikhipha ngamakhala leSiswati Minister Ronald Lamula bengathi nokuthi iSiswati yasathi until recently.
Nami ngimvenga lesine last week ngasho ngathi awuyasikhuluma. Hayi sibonga kakhulu sirepresentile. But when we speak of the president's address, he spoke of a dependable deputy president, a man of quiet resolve, Mzwai. And this, I suppose, is what many had experienced around him being a very quiet man.
Yeah, you know, some people would execute their power not so much with loud noise, but they will execute their power in such a quiet manner. Just look at how he moved things around without shouting. That is the power of David Mabuza. Probably the reason why he also is known as the cat, because the cat is known to have many lives, actually 9 lives.
Yeah.
So clearly surviving in circumstances where people think you can't go through. So that is what the president was saying. And even saying he was one man he could depend on during his tenure as deputy president.
Yeah.
So I think those are some of the attributes that many people may not know, because as much as we are here, so much that is good that is being said about him. Many other people have a very different view of who Didi Mabuza was. Someone who was a bit reclusive, somebody who you could not understand what he actually wanted. So that is all that defined the man Didi Mabuza.
So there are a few themes, Mzwai, as we continue on that theme about the ability to lead without seeking, that glory that comes with solving problems, being involved in processes. I've noticed a few themes that have come out here today, but I would like us to just start with the theme of falling out, then reconciling, because that came through as well. And it's been coming through the last few days about the number of people with whom he had a falling out politically over the years. And I was saying off air that for me, the best example of that is one of the program directors, Minister Ronald Lamula, who was at some point very close to David Mabuza. In fact, I believe he was his spokesperson.
Yes.
Then they had a falling out, a bad one. But later on, and it talks to almost like the two David Mabuzas. The David Mabuza who could be a shrewd politician who was not afraid to deal with his opponents and deal with them decisively. And then the latter David Mabuza who would say, to what end? To what end do we do all of this? And that reconciliation theme, talk to it a little bit more.
There are so many examples, Thulasizwe and Mfundo, about that type of a person he was when it relates to relating to other people. The example you've mentioned of Ronald Lamula is one of the key examples of how friends turned foes, turned friends.
Yeah.
Not only that, you'd recall that I think back in 2015, here in this province, when he was the chairperson of Mpumalanga ANC, he had a bad falling out with the SACP, so much so that they even fought in meetings. But guess what? In a few years later, the leader of the SACP ended up working in the executive led by David Mabuza. The former premier of this province, again, Matthew Sposa, they even went to court with David Mabuza. But somehow they found a way of repairing things. Perhaps the last example to us that shows who the man was the ANC in its current state. He came out publicly to say, I used to be in a very victorious faction. Every time I took part in a faction, we won. But then we asked ourselves a question, to what end?
Yeah.
Perhaps the last one, attested by what the Premier has just said now, Mfundo and Thulas. The Premier said one thing that Didi Mabuza had said to him was that he wanted them to appear both on the public platform because already everyone knew there was bad blood.
Yeah.
So in short, to your question, he is someone who would go on and do things. But if he realized that it perhaps was at the cost of something greater, he was not afraid to take responsibility. That is what.
And someone would say that greater cost would be the growth of the ANC. Because ever so often it seemed when he reconciled with most of the comrades he had fallen out with, it was because he identified that that comrade was also quite strong and could lead to the disintegration or forming of factions or even other political parties. There was one case in point with the Bushbuck Ridge Residents Association. In Bushbuck Ridge, there were a lot of divisions, some of them around ethnic lines. You've got the Tsonga speakers, you've also got the Mapulane there. But in Bushbuck Ridge, when you had ANC members that were expelled and formed their own organization, the Bushbuck Ridge Residents Association, he brought them back into the fold, and they would consistently attest. The leader of BRA was Cleopas Maunya. He was brought back. In most of the images of the ANC, you saw him front and center with Dabede Mabuza, which speaks to a man who consistently, many have said, wanted the party to remain united and strong in the province of Mpumalanga.
That he ended up, Mfundo, carrying the label of Mr. Unity, basically summarizes all that we have said. Because at the end of the day, despite the differences, he would want to see the unity, as illustrated by the examples that we have said.
Yeah. So among some of what President Cyril Ramaphosa said in his eulogy there, talked exactly to that, calling him Mr. Unity. And he said unity in action was really what the cry was. As we prepare to get back to the program and hear from the podium, just to quickly mention that some of that unity we are talking about has been on full display today, because not only did he manage in that time, despite all of the political troubles that we just alluded to grow the ANC in Mpumalanga to become one of the strongest and biggest provincial blocs, and you are seeing a lot of that today. And I think we'll get a chance to talk about it a bit more. But for now, I think let's get back and listen to the program.
So let us respect that. If we want to remember him when they have left, we'll remain and sing and do the memorial to our satisfaction. And sing, but everything, including lunch, will be served here. Only the family is going to be served after the funeral itself. So I want to thank you for the high level of discipline that I have never seen. So we thank you, Minister Lamula and I, to allow us to direct this program and respect us. We want to thank you, and may God bless you as we hand over to the military. Thank you so much.
Allow me to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister for the wonderful program. They made a promise to say they won't take long. They won't even remind the speakers to keep to the time, and everything was done accordingly. So thank you very much for the program. Now, before we start the official part of this program, I'm now going to call upon the marshalling officer, Brigadier General Musiani, to come forward. He is going to outline the protocols in terms of what needs to be done, the do's and don'ts. General Musiani, please come forward.
I am Brigadier General Semi Musiani, the marshalling officer for this funeral. The bereaved family of the late former Deputy President, Mr. Dabede Mabuza, our Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Maramela Cyril Ramaphosa, Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Ruzani Mapsanya, members of the Military Command Council, generals, admirals, both serving and retired in attendance, the Chaplain General of the South African National Defence Force, Brigadier General Thabo Maswe, senior officers, junior officers, warrant officers of the various services and divisions within the South African National Defence Force, chief warrant officers, warrant officers in attendance, senior NCOs, junior NCOs, NCOs, ladies and gentlemen, once again, fellow mourners, welcome to the State Funeral Category 2, as it has been declared by the Commander-in-Chief for the late former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Dabede Mabuza. We shall now proceed with the military ceremonial aspects regarding the funeral. Allow me once again, on behalf of the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Ruzani Mapanya, say our sincere condolences to the family, friends of the late former Deputy President. You are requested during this ceremony to observe the following military, ceremonial, and military customs and the traditions regarding this funeral. Firstly, once the chaplain commences conducting the service, we would like you to humbly request you to give appropriate cooperation in this regard. Now, firstly, take note of the following procedures during the service in this venue. At the end of the service by the Chaplain General, the Chaplain General will call the names of the pallbearers and the bearers. When the bearer party is ready to march out of this venue, the Chaplain General will assume his position in front of the bearer party, followed by the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the family, the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, and the military personnel. Just outside this venue, the national salute will be awarded or played. The leading detachment and all military personnel in uniform will present arms and salute till the coffin is placed on the gun carriage. Secondly, the forming up of the procession and movement from here to the cemetery will be as follows. All members that are not wearing the SANDF uniform are humbly requested to refrain from moving between the ranks of the military procession. The sequence of march will be as follows. Firstly, the escorts, that will be followed by the leading detachment, the band, the Chaplain General, the gun carriage with bearers and pallbearers on side. The following now is the sequence of vehicle movement. Firstly, it will be the military police, followed by the Chaplain General, the gun carriage, the standby hearse, the bearer party, the leading detachment and escort bus, band, and the rest of the military vehicles. At this stage, all drivers are requested to switch on their vehicle lights and put on hazards. Adhere to military police and traffic officers that will be controlling the traffic during the movement to the cemetery. Thirdly, which is the last part, the procedure on arrival at the cemetery. On arrival at the cemetery, the military personnel will proceed as per military drills. All vehicles will be directed to park at the allocated parking area. The national storm flag will be handed over to the bereaved family in terms of the military drills. kindly be cautioned that the 19-gun salute will be conducted, and as such, the excessive noise that will come out of there may not be so comfortable to us. Just a word of caution on that. The last respect to the former Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Mabuza, will be the saluting that will be done by the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Ruzani Mapsanya. On that note, in brief, kindly and respectfully allow me to now hand over to the Chaplain General to proceed with the sermon.
It is well, it is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. It is well, it is well, it is well with my soul. Jeremiah chapter 8, verses 21 to 22, God says, my heart is crushed because my people are crushed. I mourn and I'm completely dismayed. Is there no medication, no balm in Gilead? Are there no doctors there? Why then have my people not healed? Mr. President, the congregation at large, Mabuza, family kaofela ya Mabuza, this nation is mourning with you. Allow me, on the theme, God is all sufficient. In the scripture that we have read, there are three things that we ought to take note of. First, God says to Jeremiah, my heart is crushed, broken, shattered, and left in pieces. God himself is spiritually broken, lost passion, energy, zeal, an idea of what needs to be done. Once again, God is vulnerable, powerless, sad. He feels and experiences what humanity sometimes experiences. He goes on to say, I have taken note of the head of my people, and their head, because their head is my head. When we head, my brothers and sisters, God heads also. He says when they go through pain, sadness, or mourning, he joins us and undergoes similar situation. When we cry, God says, I cry too. When they feel pain because of death, I know the feeling. Indeed, at the tomb of Lazarus, in the Gospel of John 11, verse 36, Jesus, his friend, we are told that he wept, meaning he felt what Martha and Mary felt. So, Dabede Mabuza's family, God feels your pain. He is hurt because you also are hurt and are feeling the loss. As the father of all humanity, he knows the importance of fatherhood. He knows that Dabede Mabuza was to you as a family. So God sympathizes and empathizes with you. Secondly, God says, I'm completely dismayed because there seems to be no balm or medicine, no doctors, and thus no remedies or healing. God is shocked. God is shocked that he's desperate at this desperate time. People lack this type of intervention, meaning that there is no restorative therapy of their physical, psychological, or spiritual needs. No wonder God is calling for experts and professionals, such as doctors, to come and help his people. Brave and willing individuals should step up and intervene during this difficult time. So, family and friends of the Mabuza family, you are called to come closer and surround this family. Cover them, protect them. It is such as this that you gently embrace each other and strengthen each other with unbreakable bonds in the courts of love. This is the time that the Mabuza family want and need nothing else but proper and genuine guidance, led to soothe their wounds and pain. Let's, for a minute, be their emotional doctors, their spiritual nurses, and their social carers who are willing to journey with them during this difficult time. This, the family of Mabuza, is going to be a long absence, a lonely time, and a time of many regrets. So we gathered here need to show nothing else but love to them. Thirdly and finally, when we read these two verses closely, at the same time, God seems to be asking, why do you lack a healer, a doctor, a mentor, while I'm here? Mabuza's family, Mr. President, the congregation at large, God is assuring us today that He is available 24/7. He is enough, all sufficient, all knowing, all powerful, and all present God. And in Romans 8, verse 31, Paul reminds us, regardless of how much we go through in different times, he says, if God is for us, who can be against us? Then he goes on to say, naming them, neither death nor life, angels or super celestial powers, present or future, and above the world nor below, nothing in creation can separate us from the love of God. Desmond Tutu, during the funeral of Comrade Kwizani, told us in no uncertain terms, I paraphrase, God is on our side. He is on the side of the brokenhearted, the hurt, the shattered, the oppressed, and those that are weeping. May we also, as leaders, be on the side of those who are facing different struggles, as we are called for times such as this. And as I conclude, kuzawuba kubi mfundisi, bahlupheka abantu emoyeni, ukhona ungumfundisi. Kuzawuba kubi ministers, bahlupheka abantu, ukhona being called to serve in your position. Kuzawuba kubi kuthi ungumzali, ungutata, ungumama, abantwana bamswela umzali, uthi kanti ukhona. Kutheni na kungekho gqirha emzini, kanti bakhona abantu engibabizileyo ukuthi balungisa abantu bam. You are called to serve. You are called to be the doctor. Kuzawuba kubi ukuthi abantu bafe in your neighborhood, uthi kanti ungugqirha, uphethe amayeza wokubaphilisa. Masithi namhlanje, as we say farewell to this soldier, siyabulela Thixo ukuthi wamthuma wakwenza umsebenzi wakhe. We are behind, and may we also say we are not going to allow people to suffer. Sikhona thina esibiziweyo ukubakhulula abantu manje naphakade. Amen. Let us pray. May the Lord bless us and watch over us. May the Lord make his face shine on us and be gracious to us. May the Lord look kindly on us and give us peace. God bless Africa. Guard her children. Guide her leaders. For your name's sake we pray. Amen. It is well. It is well with my soul. It is well. It is well. It is well with my soul. Uhle, yeah. Uhleke moya wa. Uhleke. We are now going to call upon the bearers and the pallbearers. Pallbearers. 94966629 PE, Major General VZ Ngobo. 94065738 PE, Major General D Nyangasia. 9418540, Major General L Matebula. 96703525, Major General MC Mwate. 94091907 PE, Rear Admiral S Makai. 96722939, Rear Admiral M Nkomonde. 87003232.
All right, we're coming to you live from Bombela, from Hoërskool Bergvlam. That's where this funeral service is taking place. It's the state funeral, category 2, level 1 of the former Deputy President, Dabede Mabuza. We also welcome and acknowledge our viewers on SABC2 who've been part of this journey for us. It's a significant moment, a chapter in the history of South Africa where we are at the moment. It's the announcements being made by the SANDF, just announcing the procession and how things will go when the casket is being carried out of the marquee where this service has been held. There you see it draped in the South African flags, the announcement being made about who will be the pallbearers that will usher the casket out for that ceremonial guard that you see on your screen just now on standby to usher out the casket, which will then be taken with the cortege, which will then make its way back to Barberton from Mbombela, where the burial will take place. So that's what you're looking at the moment. It went from a bit chilly this morning, Mfundo, to almost scorching hot as we watch those members of the ceremonial guard there. The heat is just barreling down on them at this point.
It honestly is. And earlier on, when it was quite cold around 5 a.m. in the morning, I wasn't quite certain that it would get this warm. But knowing Mpumalanga, it does generally get this warm. But you stated a very important point around this being a very significant moment, a first of its kind in democratic South Africa, because of course, as Mzwandile Mbeje had stated, that with the former Deputy President F.W. de Klerk, we had not gotten to see this type of a ceremony. Let's just listen in to catch that natural sound now.
Problem with these people.
That's what I'm trying to say. Women still left. Babutse mama mara.
Can we have another?
All right, those are live visuals coming to you live from the venue here in Mbombela, where the state funeral of the late former Deputy President Dabede Mabuza is being held. Those are the military honors that we've been talking about for the last while.
I'm just gonna attack you.
All right, live visuals there, as you can see, from the state funeral here at Hoërskool Bergvlam in Mbombela, Mpumalanga. We would like to say goodbye to our S2 viewers for now, but as you can see, the funeral procession there and just the full military honors currently underway. In fact, not the full, but the military honors currently underway, as you can see there on your screens.
Yeah, indeed. It's been an honor and a privilege to bring that coverage throughout the day, including to our viewers on SABC 2, and we have to say goodbye to them at this point. This is the point where this has now concluded in as far as the ceremony itself, the funeral service is concerned, but now moving over to the more private area that is at the burial grounds of the family out in Barberton. And as you see there, those military honors that we were talking about Mzwai a bit earlier on. So one of the things you probably would have seen, and I think if I remember correctly, would have been a fly past, but there's no fly past in this particular aspect because, of course, of the level of the state funeral that it is. 19.
19 gun salute.
Yeah.
Is able to then grant.
Yes, a bit of flexibility.
Yes, he's flexible in terms of granting, depending on the nature and the circumstances that dictated the time. So that's where we are today in terms of this state funeral, which is reserved for, as we've been saying, for the deputy president, former deputy president, and then of course the acting president.
Most certainly a first of its kind that we are witnessing today, and quite fascinating. Yes, of course, a somber occasion, but you had initially stated that, of course, we never got to see a state funeral of a former deputy president, in as much as we had lost the former deputy president of the country, F.W. de Klerk, back then, because the family had opted to not have the state funeral, but rather have a state memorial, I believe.
Yes. One thing about the South African Constitution when it comes to this is that it allows not only the state to be the sole decider in occasions like this, but you then get to consult with the family and take the wishes of the family into account. So what could work best? So where do you meet? Where perhaps you have to give each other space. So that is what we're seeing. Even as we sit here, we know that this is a private burial. But to what extent will the state, given perhaps the public interest that is there, will the state speak to the family, maybe to say, yes, we understand it's private, but how far can we go in terms of making it known to the public? Because at the end of the day, these are serving or have served the state, the public, and the public sometimes does feel entitled to certain information, but without taking the right of the family. That's why the negotiations and the consultations are quite important.
So as we watch those visuals, we're seeing their mourners filing out of the main marquee where the funeral service was taking place. Even that is done in terms of a particular order. So that's part of the announcements that you were hearing earlier on. The pallbearers at the front there with the ceremonial guard and the flag, the national flag, draped over the casket there. One of the things I keep telling that story in Fundo, it has to do with the ceremonial guard. Okay, the noise you're hearing in the
Rousing
background
applause
is
for Julius
Malema.
Malema.
Hello.
Live from the Hoërskool Bergvlam. I still battle a little bit with the Afrikaans there. Hoërskool Bergvlam out in Bombela. You're watching the funeral service of the late former Deputy President Dabede Mabuza. I'm with Mfundo Mabalan. Mfundo, we've got the ANC Secretary General.
Yes, good afternoon, SG. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. A very somber occasion today. A lot of speakers having spoken about Dabede Mabuza as a man of unity. But I actually, now that you are here, I remember your words, having spoken of a man who understood democratic centralism. That speaks again to being a man who embodies humility and takes instruction and does what needs to be done.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us. Indeed, an important occasion, a good send-off for and a deserving one. Indeed, Comrade Didi, our Deputy President, held the line to the end. It doesn't mean he didn't have contrary views or he didn't have dissent, but he held the line. An epitome of discipline in the organization. And he had the guts and the tenacity to come back whenever he thinks what he did previously or going forward is wrong. So we will miss him. A great contributor to our movement and the ANC. He loved the ANC, was loyal to the ANC to the end.
And part of what we've observed, Mr. Mbalula, is that in as much as this is a state funeral, there's a big chunk of it that feels almost like an ANC funeral, and that's only natural given what you just said. What lessons can be taken from his leadership of the ANC? And I'd like you to say a bit more and talk about the ability to recover from a decline and almost a failure. Because at some point, I think 2015 thereabouts, there were all sorts of ructions in this province. You had structures coming up, Save the ANC in Mpumalanga, a Bushbuck Ridge Residents Association was also emerging, all sorts of accusations about party processes not being adhered to. What lessons do we draw from the ability to go from that to a strong ANC by 2017, going to the ANC conference 2022?
Comrade Didi in Mpumalanga managed to rise to the occasion from where the province was, totally divided province, to the point of really bringing everybody on board. And he left this province intact. Not entirely 100% united, but unity prevailed in his tenure as a premier and the chairperson of the province. And he was able to basically become a critic of factionalism, which he was party to, and seek to insulate himself, from that and work for unity in the organization. And that is why he was called Mr. Unity. And many other people were very much dissatisfied about the stance he took in the Nazareth conference to a point where he was reduced to being a sellout.
Yeah,
and he stood by what he believed in.
In fact, you take me to my last point on this, because we do have other, mourners that we would like to get, whose reaction we would like to get. I've gotten the sense that in the last few days, we've heard a bit more about that key moment in 2017, at which there was uncertainty which direction the ANC in Mpumalanga was going to go. So the national chairperson, Gwede Mantashe, has spoken a bit at length about how it played out, and from Robert Gumede's tribute today, we hear a bit more detail. Just tell me about that moment and how critical it was from your own perspective now, reflecting on the role of the late Dabede Mabuza in all of it.
I spent more than 5 hours before that conference, and I was one of the last people. I came with Mzwandi. He called me. I was Minister of Police. I drove through the rain all night to his home in Barberton. I arrived there at 10 o'clock at night. I left at 8 a.m. It did not say you will not support the view. He left me with the understanding that he's on board. But I already knew that he held a different view, and coming to see him, being called by him, was in a way trying to persuade him in our direction. And then on the day of voting, the rest is history. I was told that he became close to Lamula. And then the people who were inside the hall said, no, the Mpumalanga part of the delegation left the hall singing Pagama Ramaphosa. And the people who saw them, they then said, no, we think that we lost. Because Didi made an indication to Lamula to say Batati. And then Lamula then went with the people to go and vote. So he believed in this thing of undoing factionalism, and at the same time let everyone come on board. And indeed, the outcome became, if you like a biscuit assorted. You know, it was a zigzag.
An
President
incorporation,
won, the deputy him. So everybody was on board. So Didi loved the ANC. I mean, he will even spend money to buy regalia, bakkies, a lot. So I interacted with him, if I were to strike a personal note, with those bakkies till today. Whenever me and Nomvula, we want to run elections and all of that, we relied on those bakkies. I don't know what's going to happen now. And then he will give us those bakkies. So it was not just talking. He walked the talk, and then he contributed personally and materially to the African National Congress.
Most certainly, that has been the common theme of a very resourceful man within the African National Congress. But beyond that, there's also been another theme of this quiet resolve that we heard from the president, a man of great intellect, but very humble and quite quiet. Was that the David Mabuza that you also experienced, that given all the applause of being him being a strategist, it still seemed as though that high office didn't take over? He still remained a man of great humility and quite quiet.
Yeah, he did want to take over, but it didn't pan out in the last conference. And then he saw it from the floor that it's not possible. But he did try to basically to be at the helm of the organization. And he had some comrades who were supporting him in certain provinces, but it was tested in the floor of the conference, and he saw it, and then he withdrew. And then he was quiet but resolved. Don't underestimate him. And also don't underestimate his love for the organization, and actually him being loved by membership of the ANC. They understood him, and then they liked him and all of that. And so, but he was not like a person you will find even in meetings talking. You will finish the whole NEC without saying a word, but go and sit down with him. You will hear that this man has got ideas, and he's got the way forward and all of that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mbalula. Just to mention what you're seeing on your screen as we go over to Natasha Piri, who is on standby with more political reaction. That's the casket there. It's been loaded onto that gun carrier. The explanation from the SANDF was that because of the distance from Bombela to Barberton, this will need to be undertaken for a short distance, and then it will be transferred to a hearse that will enable quicker movement. So it's a bit of a deviation and an adaptation of the procedure that it would ordinarily have followed. Natasha Piri on standby with more political reaction. Natasha?
Former Deputy President of the ANC and of course of the country, and I mean you are in Mpumalanga. Share some of the moments that you have had with Dabede Mabuza.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and greetings to the viewers at home. We have learned a lot about the fallen hero about Dabede Mabuza today in this service. Many speakers have spoken about the good things that Comrade Didi has done for the people of South Africa, particularly Mpumalanga. That UDD was a unifier, a humble leader, someone who's level-headed, who is not, who was selfless. So there are a lot of things that Comrade Didi has done for the people of South Africa. If you have heard the speakers who spoke about him, all of them, they were speaking about unity, that when the ANC was in crisis in the province of Mpumalanga, Comrade Didi will rise above and make sure that he unites the African National Congress. He will even engage comrades who he might had some issues with them. He will be able to rise above, swallow his pride, call everyone into one house, speak to them on how they can rebuild the African National. That is very important, because at the stage where we are today, we see that the ANC is becoming weak and weak every day. So we need leaders like Comrade Didi Mabuza who will be able to make sure that they bring everybody together, make sure that they unite the ANC. These are some of the things that we have learned from him, and I think as leaders who are still alive, we need to draw those lessons from him and make sure that we unite this organization so that the generations that will come after us find an organization that is strong. That will make Comrade Didi, wherever he is, very happy.
Thank you so much, Mzwake. Mfundo Tulas, as you have heard, some of the people outside here, the Bergflam, were saying that Didi Mabuza is a unifier, saying these things that were sentimented during the week, even at the memorial services that were held, and of course of the people who came to the family house to visit, to pay their condolences and respects, saying one thing and speaking in one voice, saying that he was a unifier, and of course they are saying they will continue with that legacy of trying to unify the ANC moving forward. Of course, as we are moving to the 2026 local government elections, this was something that was also said during the week by the ANC National Chairperson, Gumede, that they need to unify. And as you have heard, Mzwake, and I'm sure many other people around me are also saying the same sentiments, that the ANC needs to unify. Mfundo Tulas?
live visuals here still from Baflam in Mbombela. You can see there the cortege ready to leave. Quite a number of people have been spoken to. We spoke a bit earlier on to the Secretary General of the ANC, also speaking to Lasizwe of a unifier.
Yeah.
Also Natasha Piri there speaking to MEC Vusi Shongwe, who she reminded us again in 2015 was the trusted soldier who took over and was acting premier when the late former deputy president, who was then premier of the province, took ill.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I was listening to that, Mzwai, that conversation, it reminded us, as you say, Mfundo, of that period. Because in 2015, the then premier of Mpumalanga, Dabede Mabuza, fell ill just after his birthday. That's the story that he narrates. So his birthday is what, the 25th of August, and he fell ill a few weeks after that, so into September, and ended up taking some 2 months off. And Vusi Shongwe was the person acting as premier at that time. And this is where the intrigue really comes in, right? This is where this mantra of the cat comes in, because the story is narrated about how, you know, it was meant to be an acting stint of 90 days. And there was already rumblings about, is he going to come back? Is he not going to come back? People were pouring through the constitution to say, what happens if he doesn't come back, if he's inactive for a period of 90 days? Opposition parties, by the way, the DA among them at the time.
Yeah, and the EFF, Colin Sedibe.
We're already saying, let's get ready. We might have to find a way to replace the premier. But then, just as the clock is starting to tick towards that deadline, he shows up and he just comes in. You could tell he was unwell, though. He still was quite unwell at that point.
I actually remember having an exclusive interview with him. I was still on radio, and he did indicate on that very day when he spoke and said the cat is back. But he did say that, Mfundo, I'm ill.
Yeah.
I'm still ill, but the youth league of this province believes in me. And it seemed that there was some sort of a issue. The youth in the province, the likes of Desmond Muela, Sasekani Manzini, Puluso Banzani, it seemed as though when that acting stint was on, that they were not particularly happy with certain decisions that Vusi Shongwe had taken, and it seems that there was some sort of reporting back to the premier that things in your absence are going wrong. And that was the tone from everybody and every commentator at the time, that it seems that because he was so close to the youth league, they had gone to report that certain decisions were taken that were either not in favor of the youth league or left them out of opportunities, because he had always wanted to empower them. And then he felt and stated on that day that I heard ukuthi bekunetindo letingahambi kahle kodwa sengibuyile.
Yeah, the cat is
back. Likatsi malingekho makundwana ayadlala.
Yeah.
But he said he's back, and that's where that specific phrase or term gained prominence of the cat.
Oh yes, and I think that's why we're talking about the man who also is an intrigue of sorts as well. You cannot tell us in full what type of man he is. I mean, we were speaking throughout the week to ordinary people. Yes, those who support him speak so well of him, but the opinion is divided. There are those who feel he is a divider, and then there are those who feel he's a uniter.
Yeah. So, I mean, speaking of that, that mantra of the cat is back, let me just mention what you're also seeing on your screens. You were seeing a few seconds ago the ceremonial guard. The gun carrier is now being put to use in terms of transporting the casket, and we did talk about the transition and the switch that will happen at some point. The ceremonial guard, those members that you see them, so I've spoken about it before. I don't mind repeating the story again, because it goes back to the days of the state president's guard. This was when C.R. Swart was state president. So you go back all the way to around 1961, when South Africa transitioned from the Union to the Republic, with the Republican Constitution that was adopted. So it was the state president's guard, then until about 1990 or thereabouts, at which point it stopped being active until President Nelson Mandela commissions it and also chooses that uniform. So if you like the uniform, you have the late former President Nelson Mandela to thank if you don't like it, nevertheless, this is the result that we have.
Let's actually cross to Natasha Piri now, who's with more mourners, just sharing their moments with the late David Dabede Mabuza. Natasha, it's over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Fundo. Actually, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Pemi Majodina, is actually walking to us, and of course, we'll just also get her sentiments. Mama, thank you so much for joining us. Quite an emotional time for you. You're sent off to the late former Deputy President, David Mabuza. Perhaps on a lighter note, did he also call you Ubabes Wamanzi?
Yes, he called me Ubabes Wamanzi, and I will say Grotman and a half year Manzi, because UTD was very passionate about water. But what is more hurting to me today, very sad, is that I worked with DD. I was a chief whip. I'm the only chief whip who has whipped the cat. But he was so supportive, caring, loving, but very firm. I've managed to pass 134 bills in Parliament because DD was on my side. I'm the first chief whip to finish the term because there was DD on my side. So today I could feel so lonely inside. I'm hollow inside. But also on Monday, just the same of the week he passed on, I was with DD, where he made commitment that we must come together here in Mpumalanga to meet with the mining council, because they are polluting water, but also they are over-consuming water. They must plow back. So I was looking forward to that. Unfortunately, it is no more.
Ukolo, Mama, you mentioned that you were the former ANC chief whip in Parliament. You whipped the cat. Mama, there are these allegations against, the former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, the current Minister of Police, Senzo Mkhunu. Yes, Parliament has said, or the National Assembly Speaker said, that there are those 3 committees that will be investigating the issue. There are also political parties that have laid, or opened cases, I beg your pardon. And now the President is expected to address the nation tomorrow at 7 p.m. What are we expecting? And is it not worrying from the side of the ANC that you've got senior leaders within the ANC-NEC that are accused of such allegations?
Allegations remain allegations. They must be tried and tested. Remember, during the 5 years, there were allegations even on president. So let's allow the law to take its course. Let's allow the president to address the nation. Then once that is done, then people are going to prove themselves whether they did it or not. Because if we take them on a public trial, it is very much painful. I've been there on a public trial. It's very painful. Each and every South African has rights that must be protected and be respected. So I'm hoping that the president is going to give us a clear way forward on what must be done. But these are allegations, and allegations remain allegations until they are tested. Let's allow them time to go and clear themselves.
And I hear what you're saying, but what does it do to brand ANC and image ANC, especially ahead of the local government elections? During the week, the ANC leadership had said that just 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks before the late former deputy president's passing, he had raised his concerns about the ANC's electoral decline at the polls.
I don't want to get to that trap. The Secretary General that must respond on ANC, but what I'm saying is that every South African must be given a chance to clear himself. Let's wait for President. Tomorrow, President will address the nation. Then we'll know what to do. They remain innocent until proven guilty. But the ANC, as I heard, the SG is not taking these allegations lightly, but the ANC will speak at the right time.
Minister Majodina, thank you so much for your time, and once again, of course, Chulas and Fundo, Penny just, sharing, her experiences with the late former deputy president. She says she used to call him Ukrotman Wamanzi, and the late former deputy president used to call her Ubabes Wamanzi. Clearly, visibly emotional, but also speaking about pertinent issues that are, that plagues the country and the nation. Of course, that addressed tomorrow by President Ramaphosa at 7 p.m. Let me just toss back to you at the stadium.
All right, Natasha Piri there talking to Minister Phemi Majodina. What you're seeing on the right of your screen is really the other added elements of the ceremonial elements of this funeral. The lining of the streets is the other factor we forgot to mention earlier on. So if you will see on the sides, on both sides of the streets, are members of the SANDF drawn from the four arms of service. That is the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the South African Military Health Services. That's the other element that says this is a state funeral as opposed to an official funeral. They are lining the streets coming out of Mbombela, and they will then be taking you onto the route that the cortege will follow.
Yeah.
Fundo.
Yes, indeed, and they'll take the route to Barberton, and this is where part 3 of the funeral, will then take place. It is, of course, as has been stated, a private burial, but to what extent they will allow for the media to be a part of it, something that we were speaking about with Mzwandile, our politics editor, a bit earlier on, will now be discussed, I suppose, or will be revealed soon as to what extent the media and the public at large will be given access to that, what is stated as a private burial. And those visuals that you're seeing there is in fact our Google Maps visuals, just showing you the lay of the land from that aerial view as to where the cortege is headed now, all the way to Barberton from Mbombela to his final resting place, that is the Mabuza homestead, his farm in Barberton that many have spoken of and have visited in the past week.
The drive from Barberton is a drive up from Barberton to Mbombela.
Yes.
So it's now a drive down. Much of it is on the R40, including that area of Hilltop.
Yes, a very windy road.
Yeah, winds, twists and turns. You've driven
quite a number of times last week and this week again.
Yeah.
But most certainly it will be probably a 40-minute drive. They should be there, but as we saw even earlier in the morning, they were moving quite fast. So most certainly everybody wants to get the whole family as well as the dignitaries that will be allowed in there to be seated and for part 3 to commence shortly.
Yeah, so part of that, that mentioning of Hilltop from Fundo was inspired by, in my mind at some point I was thinking about the twists and turns of the late former deputy president's political career and journey, right? Because it was undulating.
Yeah.
There were high moments and there were also low moments. There were moments where he shone and responded well when he was called to, but of course there were moments that were critical, where he was criticized. In fact, I think it was the ANC deputy president, Paul Mashatile, a few days ago who said in isiZulu, there is no person who is faultless, and that was part of the acknowledgement. But let's go to Nhlanhla Jele, who is on standby for us and is just tracking that route and speaking to ordinary people as that cortege makes its way out of Mbombela. Nhlanhla?
Once again, we are still outside Bergvlam War School. As you can see, people behind me who were here at this funeral service for the fallen former deputy president of the country and, of course, of the African National Congress. We also know that he was a premier in this particular province and also an MEC of education at some point. But speaking to some of these people here, they want to pass their condolences, but also speak of the good things that he has done for them, particularly this group on my left, saying that they are all the way from Kondo. They're just going to speak about some of the great things that he did for them when he was a premier. Mama, thank you so much for your time and for joining us at the SABC this afternoon. You did say to us on the side, Ruguti, during the time Ubaba, when he was premier of the province, he did some things for you guys, the Panam Kondo. Can you just tell us what he did and, of course, how you're going to remember him and keep his legacy alive?
Okay, umsebenzi abasenzele wona umuhle Mkhondo kakhulu. Ubaba bekathi uma efikile anithembisa into ukuthi ngizoyenza abuye. Ubaba eneqiniso. Thina endaweni esihlala kuyo eMkhondo eRose Plus besihlala endlini ezingamarondo. Wafika wasitshela ukuthi akayifuni lezindlu. Uzobuya aphinde asikhulisele isikole. Wabuya ubaba Mabuza wakwenza konke lokho. eMkhondo sinama boarding school ilo baba. umsebenzi wakhe muhle kakhulu siyakhala kakhulu siwumkhondo enisilimele kakhulu akekho futhi esiyomthola ofana naye.
Thank you so much, Mama. As you have heard, Natasha, I'm going to link to you in just a minute. As you have heard Mama saying to us that during his tenure as Premier of the province, he built them a boarding school. He also built houses for them. We understand that apparently he built 300 houses for them, Mkondo, removing them from mud houses and saying that he doesn't want people to live in such conditions. But Mkondo is not the only area or place where they benefited from the work of the former Premier of Mpumalanga and of course the former Deputy President of the country. Of course, other places in Mpumalanga also benefited from the work that Dabede Mabuza did in the province and of course countrywide. We'll just speak to some more people who are willing to share how they're going to remember him. Equally important, it's not only older people but also young people who want to share their sentiments about Dabede Mabuza. Baba, thank you so much for your time and for joining us at the SABC this afternoon. How are you going to remember Dabede Mabuza and what legacy is he leaving, especially in the ANC, in the province and of course nationally?
Thank you so much. I'm Choral, the regional chairperson of the ANC in Eulogy, Free State. Came all the way to come and honor the men of unity who left the biggest legacy when the ANC was in crossroads in 2017. He decided that despite two factions or lobby groups fighting for the life of the ANC, he chose unity and united all members of the ANC. Even the renewal that the ANC is busy with now, it's because of Deputy President Dabede Mabuza. We're here to honor him. We're saying Lalang Kolo Shembe, and to the family, Siabonga, with the life that you borrowed us. You borrowed us a hero. Hence we're here. Rest in peace, Didi.
Thank you so much. As you have heard, this man all the way from the Free State just to come and say, pay their last respects to the former Deputy President of the African National Congress and of course of the country, saying he was a unifier. I'm sure the word unifier, the word leader, the word teacher is what has been shared throughout the week, both from people who are at his homestead in Barberton and of course at the 3 different memorial services that were held within the province. People in the province and of course outside the province saying one thing and one thing only, that he was a unifier and of course calling for the ANC to continue in those footsteps. Natasha?
Thank you so much, Nhlanhla. I'm with 2 ladies, but let's just start off with one who has been communicating the message of the ANC in the province since the passing of the late former Deputy President, and this is none other than Sasekani Manzini. Sasekani, as the late former Deputy President is being transported to his final resting place, perhaps your message, your last message to him.
Thank you very much, Natasha, and to the viewers at home. I want to appreciate a very dignified service of the former Deputy President. It shows that today we're sending off a man who has done his work. As it is said that when you come into this world, you do your part and you live. He did everything. From the speakers, everyone else who were talking about the former Deputy President, we could see that he worked, and now that we have agreed that not everyone must go to his homestead where they're going to do the last service, and only the leadership and the family that must go there. We believe that we also appreciate the state for allowing also the membership of the African National Congress to pay their last respect. It was a state funeral, but for the first time we could see that they were able to accommodate everyone. It shows the kind of a man that we're sending off, because something just happened. You don't plan it, but it happens. So I want to appreciate that everyone came out in the numbers, and today for us is to continue and live remembering what he did and also doing what he did best, because he was teaching us so that we can continue doing good to our people.
Sasekani, thank you so much for your time. And just to wrap it up, we are joined by the Deputy Minister, Bernice Swartz. DM, perhaps your final conclusion, your final takeaways from the send-off.
I think that for myself, remembering our former Deputy President, I was born and grew up in Matsulu here in Mpumalanga. And that as a volunteer many years ago, when he was the MEC of Education and I was a volunteer in the ANC office, we'd always remember the former Deputy President as a unifier, and we'll always remember him as a mentor. But more especially, we'll always remember him for encouraging young people to study all the time. And I think today here you would have heard that many people that spoke here today at this state funeral is that they were talking about him being a person who was straightforward, being a person who believed in education. But for me, I'm saying that Mpumalanga is a very small province and that everybody here in this province should follow in his footsteps and preach unity so that this province is more united than ever.
Deputy Minister Swartz, thank you so much for your time. Of course, Mfundo and Thulas, various reactions, coming here from the floor or by the red carpet as, the body of the late Deputy President is going to his homestead or his home, I beg your pardon, in Barberton for his final, resting place. A lot of speakers speaking about, the person they describe him as Mr. Unity. Others called him the Hurricane. Others called him the Cat. Some lauded him for the legacy he left behind. Yes, there's been criticism about him, but others are saying, where a person has weaknesses, they also have strengths. He was human, he had his own flaws, and they would like to remember him, as a man who unified, this province. Mr. Unity, especially according to that 2017 ANC conference. But I just want, to leave some food for thought. I remember I had an interview with the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Regina Mhlaule, last week, and she had said that for all who he has wronged, the late Deputy President has wronged ucela uxolo on his behalf. So with that said, it's back to you two in studio.
Thank you very much. That's SABC News reporter Natasha Piri there, just sharing with us from that vantage point, speaking there to MEC for Health, Sasekani Manzini, who at one point was actually MEC for Public Works, and that was her first portfolio. She spoke about it a bit earlier on, Mzwandile, about the fact that David Mabuza was a man who wanted to give opportunities to young people, and she was thrust into that key role, Public Works, and we've heard how many schools were built during the tenure of David Mabuza, and she was also at the forefront at that time, having been given that opportunity as a young person. Your views on just how he interacted with young people, specifically in the province of Mpumalanga?
Oh yes, and we can even go beyond Mpumalanga, talking about someone like Ronald Lamola, who even at some point worked in his office as a young person then, somehow getting to groom him or giving him the opportunities. People like the deputy ministers and the MEC have also attested to the kind of role. When he was the MEC for education, the deputy minister was a volunteer in the party. But because he had seen the potential, so he was able to obviously groom him in terms of in terms of giving her the opportunities of expanding her horizon. So same thing with Sasekani Manzini. So at some point, this was just the spokesperson of the party, but because of the role and perhaps the tutelage that they've been getting from someone like David Mabuza, so they've been able to rise through the ranks. It's actually up to them to take the baton, not just take the baton, but take the baton and change the quality of lives. If you've been taught something, you have to then effect change. It's not good enough to say, I was taught to ride this bike, but when you see how the bike rides, it still rides the same way as what it used to. It might ride better so that the future generation can appreciate it even better.
All right. So in a moment, Mfundo, I want us to reflect on his time as Deputy President of the Republic, just stepping up to that role. But before we do that, I want us to go to Dumelo Machoho, who is on standby for us at the Mabuza home out in Barberton. Dumelo, you are saying that the dignitaries and mourners are starting to arrive on that side.
Well, indeed, Thulasizwe, dignitaries are starting to arrive. We just saw now Mr. Robert Gumede arriving and his wife. There they are now entering the gate, and also I'm spotting there also Godrich Gadi, the Deputy President of the EFF. Also now they are expected to go inside, where now the third part of this state funeral category 2 will continue inside. We are expecting more of these dignitaries to start arriving and to go inside. Only a select number of people will be allowed inside because there's not enough space that will be inside. And then once the process starts inside, that's when now the SNDF will actually take off the flag from the coffin, and then it will be handed over to the Deputy President. We understand that the Deputy President will receive that flag, and then the Deputy President will hand over the flag to the family, and then the military will continue with their processes where we're expecting about 19 gun salute that is expected also to take place here. But at this point, more and more of the mourners that are coming from War School Bergvlam are starting to arrive. We have already seen Godrich Gadi going in, Robert Gumede and his wife are going in, and then some of the people are also starting to arrive. Family members and relatives are also starting to arrive. We are also seeing the Minister of International Relations also here with his wife. He's going to walk in very soon. Mr. Lamola, we live on SABC. Would like your reflection on Mr. Mabuza. You know, you've worked with him when you are still in the Youth League up until now, when you are a Deputy Minister. Just your reflection.
Yeah, he was a patriotic South African who loved his people to make a contribution on service delivery. And that's why when he was the Premier, when there were issues of service delivery, he will respond to the various communities here, the communities in Sakile and Standerton, Mashishini and Leidenberg, Nkomazi, and Bushbuck Ridge across. They've seen him, he met them when they were raising their grievances. So he liked to lead from the ground.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Ronald Lamola. He is the Minister of International Relations going in, and he is being followed also by the ANC chairperson in the province, Betwell. Also going in, and more dignitaries are starting to come in. My colleague Frank Gokwana will show you some of the dignitaries that are going in. I'm sporting now the MEC of Education also in the Mpumalanga province. Kathy Dlamini also going into the family home. This is where also the rest of the family will actually arrive, and they will enter at this gate, and also the body will enter from this gate, and then the private burial will take place inside. We continue to see more and more mourners coming in. There is the minister in the presidency also just got out of the car, will be going in. We are seeing more of these dignitaries that are coming in. We're not sure if the media will be allowed to go in at this stage, but we understand that the process that is going to take place inside is going to be led again by the military, the SNDF, when they hand over that flag to the Deputy President, who will be replacing the president in receiving that flag, the national flag, and also hand it over to the family. Also sporting there is the secretary of the ANC in the province, Muzi Chirwa. He's also making his way in. Most of the dignitaries are starting to arrive. The R38 is starting to be busy now because it's going to be closed for that parade by the military, as more and more of the mourners that are coming from the funeral that was taking place at War School Bergvlam starting to arrive here to go inside for that third part of the funeral service. The MEC of Sports and Culture in the province, also Lina Mabuza, arriving, going in. There are a lot of people arriving in now. The road will be closed at some point to allow the cortege to come in and to allow also the family and relatives of Mr. Mabuza also to come in, because they are following that the body of Mr. Mabuza that is coming from Mbombela. There on your screen is the mayor of Mbombela, Sibongile, arriving.
All right, those visuals are coming through from Tumelo Machocho. They are in Barberton, as you see more and more of the mourners, many of them having made their way from here in Mbombela. It's about a 42 to 45 kilometer drive, undulating terrain. It really twists and turns. So we will continue to show you those arrivals, but also as much of the third part of the funeral as we can, right? Also respecting the privacy, that moment of privacy for the family, as you know, it's designed to be a private burial, the third part of it. But of course, the military elements that will play themselves out there will be the removal of the flag, and it's handed over to the family. Then there'll be the last post which will be done, and the reveal also done. And that really would be symbolic to say our part is done. And I think they say there's committal or commitment that will then happen. That says the military's part is done and the family is at large to really take a moment and really reflect on the late former Deputy President's life.
Yes, that basically concludes the state funeral part, which it has been conducting throughout. As we've been insisting, this is done also in consultation with family. So that is also symbolic that after honoring your son, our part is done. We are handing him over to you now, because the role that he was playing in public is finally concluded. So that is part of really the state funeral that refers to I think a category 2, level 1 in this instance. But we know there are other categories, not necessarily reserved for presidents or deputy presidents, for people who have contributed quite eminently in society. They also have their own categories. So this kind of act, we do also see it being done to them as well.
It's honestly been quite refreshing to see that consultation or level of consultation with the family that you keep stating. That here in this respect, even now, to this moment, as the media, as Tumelo was stating, we're not necessarily fully aware as to what extent we will be allowed into this space, because we are awaiting the conclusion, as you state, of the military elements, which one would assume perhaps we would get to see, but also there would be the 19-gun salute. So at this stage, even when Tumelo says that there could still be a possibility that quite a lot of what is to happen in part 3 might not be at least broadcast to the public.
Yes, in fact, I'm also reminded of the last time we got to see what happened to our former president, Nelson Mandela. Because the wishes of the families were quite clear at what point the state and the public needed to be part of the whole setup. And I think something similar will happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it's all spelled out in the policy document of the presidency that talks about state and official funerals, that in as much as there's an interministerial committee on state and official funerals that leads the processes and decisions, the family's role is critical, and there's actually a minister that's appointed as a family liaison to just liaise with the family and just ensure that they are also comfortable. But if you don't mind, let me switch the conversation a little bit as we watch those visuals that are coming through from Barberton at the same time. Seeing Ronald Lamula in interaction with Tumelo there just reminds me of a theme we touched on a bit earlier on Mfundo. That theme of falling out, almost becoming enemies, and then later on a reconciliation. So the late former Deputy President, Dabede Mabuza, at some point was just inaccessible, was not someone who would give interviews easily. And there's a point in 2017, early in 2017, this is the most sought after interview at this point. And suddenly you get a call from Ronald Lamula says, "Are you sure you want this interview?" And I say, "Of course I do. What are you talking about?" Says, "Get yourself to Bushbuck Ridge tomorrow at this time. It might happen." And that moment of confusion, Mzwai, to say, hang on, I thought I understood my politics. I thought these two don't get along. What's going on? And the interview happens. And where I'm going with this story, Mfundo, is a lot has been said about former Deputy President, the late now Dabede Mabuza, and his enigmatic character, a closed book, as in this is someone who's been in public life, but you don't really know him.
Yes.
And I wanted to reflect on that interview because it was about 45 minutes to an hour. Very rare at that point to speak to him. Of course, subsequently gave a lot of interviews. But I can tell you now, I didn't get much from that interview.
True to form.
He was playing his cards very close to his chest. And Mzwai, what I think I got out of it, though, was sort of to understand that he didn't mind being an enigma.
I think he preferred it that way. And I think he liked it when we guessed who he was, what next step he was going to embark on. Talking about seeking an interview, the whole term as the Deputy President of the Republic, none of us were able to get the interview. I can tell you, obviously, I'm not going to divulge some of the tactics I used, which obviously tried to get to speak to him. I couldn't. Sometimes I would speak to him personally to say, "Mr. Deputy President, we just need to understand your frame of mind, where we're going with this." And then he would say, "No, don't worry, just speak to so and so, let's see." But it would never happen. So I was never able to get that interview. And not only me, and I'm talking his tenure as the Deputy President of the Republic. Tell me one media house that had a proper sit down with him. I'm not talking about the quick sound bites on the streets. It was very difficult. And I think that label of him as an enigma, it probably worked for him.
Yeah.
It really did.
I think it did almost strengthen him because the fact that many people didn't get to know what he was thinking allowed him to almost act and leave everybody surprised. And it doesn't give you enough time perhaps to respond to that action, I suppose. Because in as much as we heard today from the family friend and businessman Robert Gumede, that at least in their circles, they were fully aware of what the decision was in 2017. But truth be told, the broader public was not aware. Until the very last moment, there were many articles that said the cat is keeping his cards close to his chest. It was only those in his space that would have probably been aware, but the broader public was not until the very last minute.
In fact, one of the very enigmatic things that happened was the nomination process. The nomination here in Mpumalanga. Remember, when we already knew who were the candidates, it was President Ramaphosa, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma then, who were candidates. So when delegates went to nominate, those were the names we were expecting. Guess what happened in Mpumalanga? Those people who nominated Mr. Unity, who didn't exist.
Oh, yes, I remember that one. Yeah, was Unity.
So in a way, it goes back to this playing your cards close to your chest, because part of what I learned about him in that interview that was really didn't yield much by way of out-and-out answers were a few things. One, his love for chess. He told me about how much he loved chess, and so much so that he didn't mind playing chess against the computer simulated player. And I thought, okay, interesting. he read The Art of War by Sun Tzu and read it over and over again. And of course, it did talk about the poisoning incident. That was a key feature in terms of his trajectory and career in Mpumalanga, and actually carried on all the way into his presidency.
It seemed once he took ill, Mzwai, it now became common for many to know that he would seek help, and most of the time that medical assistance was outside of the country. But for me, I wanted to almost shift the conversation back to what you were talking about around the Youth League. We remember that still in 2017, the Youth League played a very strategic role in his rise to national office, because many of us who would remember the Youth League in this province, in as much as he was close to the Youth League, it was the Youth League of Sasekani Manzini, Desmond Muela, Puluso Mbatsani. Those were the ones that it seemed had galvanized support to take him to that highest office.
Absolutely. Before I get into that, so that I don't lose this point about him being fond of chess in terms of his approach to politics, who comes to mind in terms of politics currently?
Someone who wasn't here.
Someone who wasn't here. And someone who, by the way, was very instrumental in terms of his politics as well in this province, former President Zuma. So at some point they were very close. And you look at how the former deputy president approached his politics, loving chess, and how you move around in terms of engaging with a number of activities. So there's a lot of similarity. But interestingly, fast forward to today, I mean, you would never have guessed this.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
5, 6, maybe 7 years ago, that things would turn this way. Somehow, politics is politics.
The reconciliation never took place, it seems, or
it's
whatever we can attribute this absence to. But you are right when Thulasizwe Mzwai talks about the similarities beyond the chess, just being people that are in touch with ground forces. They always took politics not from the top, but to interact with the source. These are the people that will elevate you to the highest positions, and they never neglected those ground forces and made sure that that is the support base you want if you want to continue in politics.
It's understanding that, as they say in the ANC, the power is in the branches.
Yeah.
So if you make sure that as leader of the province, as chairperson, you build strong branches, but not only build them and be disinterested in their alignment and their understanding of political dynamics and where the party is going. No, you remain interested and ensure that their understanding is your understanding. It will take you far. And part of what we heard in the last few days that almost links to this are the now honest reflections of people who are at the coalface of these chapters in history, the history of the ANC. Mzwai, I don't know if you saw the tribute by ANC National Chairperson Gumede Mantashe. It was quite candid, right? The one that was in Mayflower here in Mpumalanga, where he was talking about how in 2022, how it came to be that Dabede Mabuza did not return for a second term as deputy president. I don't know if you saw that.
Yes, I did see that. And Gumede Mantashe being Gumede Mantashe, somehow being forthright on what he was saying about why he did not become the deputy president again, because he actually laid the blame squarely on the people seated there, because those were his comrades.
Yes.
He said, you decided to say this gentleman should go for the president, for the president's post, and then we said no, and that's why it happened the way it did. So that is quite something of, as we're talking about, someone who is an enigma. So it's something you don't know whether did he have was he attracted to the position of president, or was he misled? But as Gumede put it, he said, you misled him.
It would be interesting to delve deeper into that, because the character that some have described here was of a very patient man that would wait for his turn, that beyond the premiership of Matthew Posa, it was not their turn as PEC members Ndaweni Mahlangu came. They have always said that he was instrumental in ensuring that the branches actually endorsed him. He became chair after Ndaweni Mahlangu. It was then Thabang Makwetla. Again, these PEC members were waiting for their turn. And it was only in 2008 then that he goes up against Lasithiwayo. So it would be quite interesting this specific one, what could the branches have said to him that it was time now to not run for a second term as deputy president, but to run straight for a term as president of the country and the ANC? Quite interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back because the cortege is about to start moving and making its way to Barberton. Will you pick it up? Hmm?
Can you ask him if
Dr. Levindo, can you hear me? It's too loud.
No.
like it was yesterday. You approached me with your quiet confidence and told me boldly that you had found what you were looking for. Someone who could help build Likhaya Shame. At first, I thought you were bluffing. And yet, 23 years later, here we are, still building. When we met, I was searching for a man like my father, hardworking, committed, a man whose purpose was greater than himself. We were looking for a woman who loved her family, someone who could help build the Mabuza household. And in each other, we found something sacred, a true partnership. How can I forget our first date with King David, my favorite character from the Bible? I wasn't politically conscious then and didn't know what you really were. When the waiters started calling you Booty and you indulged them, even though we were on our first date, it showed me your big heart and how you wanted to see people first before wishing to be seen. I was sold.
An excerpt there from the letter from the wife of the former deputy president of the country, Dabede Mabuza, the wife being Patience Nisi. Very quiet, a woman who is very patient throughout David Mabuza's tenure as deputy president, remained very humble and indeed a quiet woman. Mzwai, I don't know your encounters or interactions with the former deputy president's wife.
Well, to be quite honest, you've just said it was very reserved, was in her private space, so I've never got to be in that space. But it does then tell you that he may be a politician, but a family man as well. And who, if you're listening to what the wife was saying, who really took care of the family. Obviously, there will always be issues like in any other family. But I guess this then suggests that he was a family man. And I mean, you had his children, how glowingly they speak of him. And then you listen to the message and you listen to how the children are saying how strict he was, by the way, because he wanted them to be able to fend for themselves, not just look up, not just say, well, we have someone who's high profile who can perhaps help us get our way. So
I still maintain it was the teacher in him. You know, every young person who's had either a parent as a teacher or a school principal, half the time, they are disciplinarians. What they do in school is what they'll do to their own children.
Nothing's going to be handed over to you on a silver platter. Well, actually, someone who was a family friend is Robert Gumede, the businessman, and did touch on those dynamics of the relationship with the various, with the children, with the widow of the late former deputy president. And I believe we can now hear and play back some of his own personal reflections of that relationship.
Didi was an honest and straightforward person. Many people are saying things they don't know. When Didi decided to embrace unity, he lived for it. Didi didn't take a decision at the 11th hour of where he wanted to see South Africa. General Holomisa, SACP Secretary General Solima Paila, Julius Malema, Blade Nzimande, you all remember Good Friday meeting in Johannesburg, where Didi was very clear in 2017, Easter holiday, long before the conference in December. What Didi said to you, he kept his word. No one changed him, because by then he had decided the cause for a better South Africa. That is the guy that worked with you as your deputy. We are all so happy that you worked very well together. He respected you even in your absence.
So that was the businessman Robert Gumede, a family friend of the Mabuzas, just reflecting, and in fact it wasn't a reflection on the personal relationship, but more the political relationship. Samgele, I said to Mfundo, softly, quietly, that I've got a question for you. while we're talking about, let me preface it this way. As a journalist, you cultivate sources. That's how you get stories.
Yeah.
It's journalism 101. So, it is what it is. And I've always felt that sources respond to a person in a particular way. So I've got people that responded to me in a very positive way, and they'll open up and tell me things well in advance and call me up for no reason, just to check how you're doing. That relationship develops. Here's my observation about your relationship with the late former deputy president. I felt that at first he found you to be, you were pestering him. You were shoving a mic all the time. And I remember he's done a lot of growing up, by the way. He used to be very in your face, right? Let's call it that. But I think over time he was fascinated by you, that who's this young man who asks awkward questions when you least expect and has a way of just popping up, so there'll be a media scrum and then a Samgele will be there and saying, just tell me about that, how that became an important, not personal relationship in a way that compromises you, but a relationship where you knew that if I want to have an off-the-record, on-the-background conversation, it can happen.
Our relationship started off I was with you, in fact, when it got off, when Pushpak reached.
Yeah.
And I asked him a question about his friendship with Robert Gumede, the bankrolling of the ANC within the province at the time, and how that was not clouding his political judgments and the decisions he was taking. He was taken aback.
Yes.
But after
that's the in-your-face part.
That was the in-your-face part. But after that discussion, he called me aside and said, young man, come here. I went to him. He said, it's brave of you to ask me such a question up front like that. Very few people would be brave enough to raise the issue of Robert Gumede to me. What prompted you? I said, why should I be scared of you? You are an elected public official. It is your duty to respond to society when they raise concerns about the relationship of a businessman and an incumbent premier and provincial chair of the ANC.
And that was on theme at the time, right?
That was on theme at the time. And he said, I must take you back to the history of the ANC and the Gumedes and myself and Robert Gumede. That is when he confided on a lot of things Robert Gumede was speaking about, on his health issues, and how many people perceived that he was benefiting financially from that particular relationship and not the African National Congress. And he then said, many of the things Robert Gumede gave back to were for the African National Congress, such as the vehicles. He then took me into confidence on the work he was doing through his foundation in uplifting people's lives. Just recently, last week, I went and researched how many houses has he actually built from his pocket and from the foundation to the people. It is over 350 houses that he's built across the country for destitute families. And that intrigued me to get to know this particular person. Who is Dabede Mabuza? What is he all about? And it was also around that controversy around the late Jimmy Mushala, the political killings that were taking place in the province, the allegations of people disappearing and being beaten at night by this paramilitary that he allegedly had in the province, in the words of the late Matthew Sposa, the former premier of the province. And that for me was to get an understanding of who this particular individual was. And I was then able to gain his confidence and trust. And he was able to confide on a certain number of things politically that were ongoing with him in the organization, the African National Congress. Just 2 or 3 weeks ago, when he came back from Russia, we were planning on a documentary on his life, his political life, the work he's done in the province, particularly on infrastructure development, because in many instances, as South Africans, we tend to focus on the political machinations of political leaders and not actually delve in to the work they've done in government. You've heard the work about the fresh produce market, Mandla Ndlovu delivering a mini sopa about the work of Dabede Mabuza in government, the farm schools that he's built and turned into boarding schools, but also the road infrastructure that is there in Mpumalanga. Remember, there was a time when people spoke about roads in Mpumalanga infested with potholes. But you look at the roads infrastructure in Mpumalanga today. The Department of Public Works and Roads and Transport within this particular province, when it comes to governance and clean audits, beats all other provinces, led by Charles Murulo, who's currently the HOD. So it just tells you that Dabede Mabuza was well immersed in the knowledge of governance within the province. Sazekane spoke about how MECs could not just use capital funds for any use, but it had to be for the greater good of the people when it comes to infrastructure development. So those are some of the issues that brought me closer to him, and also his relationship with former President Zuma.
Yes, you were keen to know about that a bit more.
Now, just to turn our focus a bit on the visuals we're seeing there on screen, we believe that the cortege is 10 minutes away from the Mabuza family farm. So any moment now, we should be crossing there live to Tumelo Machogo, just to give us a bit of an update as more mourners continue to trickle into the family homestead. But just on that specific topic that you were speaking about around the political killings, and you having asked those very pointed questions, there was a time, Samkele, where the Premier at the time went on to say when the time is right, he's actually done his own investigations around the political killings and had indicated that he would actually reveal what he has found out. Do you remember at any point where there was that commitment that he would reveal all in good time?
The issue of political killings, I also want to bring Bramzwai to answer this one on political killings. It's a very contentious issue. And it came at a time when he was preparing for his departure from Mpumalanga.
Yeah.
No political leader of the ANC, whether it be former President Zuma, the incumbent President Ramaphosa, has actually thoroughly dealt with the issue of political killings. You look at KwaZulu-Natal right now with the turmoil with the Minister of Police, the Police Commissioner, Ntlanhla Mkhwanazi, and ultimately the issue of the political killings task team, the killings that took place here in Mpumalanga, and the notable one was the Jimmy Muhlala, who was the Speaker of Mbombela Municipality. Around the
quite a lot.
Quite a lot. And Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal were seen as the capitals and strongholds of political killings. And that has never been thoroughly interrogated specifically for the province of Mpumalanga. So he's never spoken about it. It is something the likes of Lasichawayo, who's a former mayor here in Mbombela, says there are a lot of mysteries that took place from 2008 until the departure of Dabede Mabuza into the national politics that remain unanswered. And that is an issue that I would say, Mzwai, is an issue that ultimately is that red dot, that black dot as well, in the political history that is complex of Dabede Mabuza.
And of course, you immediately go back to how former President Thabo Mbeki used to describe this phenomenon of political killings. He basically, in a short sentence, he said, as soon as the cadres had access to resources, everything else took a back seat. And then these killings started manifesting themselves. Because at the core of it, Samkelo, is that there is a fight or a competition for resources, either through tenders or through influence. So if then there is someone who is blocking your way, that is what you do. So I guess that's where perhaps the liberation movement should have done better in terms of preparing its cadres to govern when they took over.
I smile, Mzwai, because trust you and Mfundo and Samkele to bring us back to reality, that even these issues we are talking about are topical even as we speak, because as we are nearing the end of the third phase of this program with the burial of the late former Deputy President in Barberton, reality will be starting to sink in now. And not sink in, because I suppose if you are President Ramaphosa, there's no way you could afford to be absent-minded about what you're really dealing with. And this thought is triggered by this whole issue of political killings and the work of the political killings task team and the controversy now that surrounds how it was disbanded. That has now become a major story. The president could not have, even as he said here, Mzwai, could not have been able to shift his mind away from it too much.
probably the reason why he had to leave much earlier. Remember, at some point, he was expected to be at the House as well, but he had to go back because there is that major announcement that he's going to make tomorrow, following what the Provincial Commissioner of KZN said about issues specifically around political killings, about issues around the police themselves. So clearly there is something that is very much on the mind of the president, and the president knows that South Africans are anxiously awaiting his next move on this one.
Just to bring on that particular point, and it reminds me of immediately after the elections in 2019, there were allegations that Dabede Mabuza had issues to answer to the Integrity Commission of the African National Congress, which delayed his swearing in. Well, all other members of parliament were being sworn in the National Assembly. He was seated in the gallery with former President Mbeki, himself, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, watching the swearing in of other members of parliament. I remember trying to pose a question to him, and he just said, let the ANC processes unfold, we will deal with them later. Ultimately was then sworn in at the Sfako Mahato guest house. I remember him and the president sharing an exchange, the president saying, and he waited for that period for anyone to come up with evidence and for him to go to the Integrity Commission to clear his name. But on this issue of political killings of Mpumalanga, he was never, ever formally charged for any wrongdoing of that particular nature. So it is at times an allegation that is there within political circles that has never actually truly been proven by anyone or any witness has ever come forth to say, he gave the order, he did this, he did that.
And I suppose, pardon me, I suppose that it really speaks.
We're
starting to think alike. We've worked, the hours have been too long to Lasizwe. We sound the same now. We are one person. We've been working for too long together. But I suppose, honestly, it speaks of the complexity of this phenomena of political killings. It's not that it was unique to Mpumalanga, it was unique to KZN, but really the country across the board. That there can be this nexus where, if anything, when we speak of Dabede Mabuza, possibly the criticism at this point could have been around you perhaps couldn't quell the political killings, or perhaps you should have said more about it to condemn the level of the killings, the number of people that had lost their lives. But really, even Pemi Majotin and a number of other speakers have said nothing stuck, that there's always been that element that there were a number of people who lost their lives in Mpumalanga, but it could not be said that it's attributed to him. So meaning it is far too complex and a nexus that needs to be unraveled.
In fact, as you are saying that, I'm actually thinking, what stops the president tomorrow if he decides to set up a commission of inquiry to look into the issue of political killings broadly? Because Ntadla Mkhwanazi did not confine his statements on the
Guys, if you put the whole feet on the yellow line during salute, you're going to be like this.
To ensure that a young person has a bursary?
A debate that we usually don't have in South Africa is that there are business people who are openly aligned to political formations. Robert Gumede is openly aligned to the African National Congress. His dream was, let me help build the ANC infrastructure. My businesses over a period of time may benefit directly or indirectly through my donations to the African National Congress. You'd remember he had a tender in the Department of Home Affairs that was cancelled and which caused friction between him and the then minister of that particular department. And him coming back home to the administration of Dabede Mabuza was him trying to reinsert himself in the procurement of government. Because we must be frank and honest, the biggest procurer of government business is the private sector. The private sector benefits the most from government procurement. In the United States, they don't call it tenders, they call it government contracts. In South Africa, we call it tenders. But the private sector benefits the most from government procurement. And it is no surprise that those who may be benefiting from that particular government procurement may want to give back to those organizations that may be in power at the time. Robert Gumede and Dabede Mabuza decided to take whatever he may have amassed and build the ANC infrastructure machinery. The question is, was that machinery in the name of the African National Congress, or was it in entities that may be belonging to Dabede Mabuza or in his entity's name of the farm? Those are the million-dollar questions that you need to ask. But it was infrastructure for the greater good of the African National Congress, which many people, business people across the world, tend to do.
I hate to be the one to rain on this intellectual festival of ideas, but I do need to give an update to our viewers who are watching that lining up of the members of the SANDF, because after all, in as much as we're having a lively debate about some of the themes at play in our democratic hygiene, it is segged in a way from some of the themes that have been, exemplified by the life of the late Dabede Mabuza, whose funeral, after all, we are covering at this moment. So what you're seeing there, a bit of movement just outside the farm in Barberton. You're still seeing those members of the SANDF lined on both sides. Mfundo, your eyes might be better than mine based on how grey I've become over the years, so I'm not able to tell which units. I do see the Air Force. I think I see the Air Force personnel to the right.
I think the Navy as well.
The Navy as well, absolutely.
No, my eyes are also beginning to fail me. I think it's probably the position of the sun. But at least from what we're seeing, there is indeed movement. They have all lined up the streets there. So most certainly, as we can see from just those landmarks, they have entered that space, just that driveway about to enter the family home of the late former deputy president. A very somber moment, and we can see on the other side the other visuals there. It seems Tumelo Mashoho has been able to now enter into the family homestead, and we're seeing the visuals there. That will be the final resting place of the former Deputy President of South Africa, Dabede Mabuza. And from my vantage point, from at least what I can see there, it seems family members and dignitaries have started.
Have also made their way inside this tent, this marquee where and also there is the burial site of Mr. Mabuza. That's where he's going to be laid to rest here. But once they come inside, then that's when now there will be a short program that will start here, and that short program will start with the SABC actually handing over that national flag that is draped on top of the coffin of the former Deputy President, Dabede Mabuza, will be handed over to the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile. Then Paul Mashatile will hand over that national flag to the family of Mr. Mabuza. Then the media will be asked to leave this area where now there will be a private burial. Only select members of the family and those who are here will be allowed to view that, and we will be asked to leave. But so far it's a samba mood here as the dignitaries are arriving here at this marquee that has been set up here. There's another marquee set up on the other side. I believe that's where they expected to have lunch once they are done here. And that marquee was also being used on the other side, was also being used throughout this week for prayer services. So members of the communities, including the ANC members, they would come here at around 10 o'clock in the morning for a prayer service. Another one was held at 2 and also at 5 o'clock daily, except from yesterday where they did not have any prayer services. But it's a samba mood inside here. Thulasizwe, I can tell you that. We are seeing a number of ministers also here. There's the minister in the presidency, Kumbuzo Nchabeni. Behind her, there is the secretary of the ANC in the province, Muzi Chirwa. And then some of the relatives are also seated at the back. And more family members will expect to arrive and sit in the front. And also dignitaries, including the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, who's expected to receive that flag from the SABC. Thulasizwe.
Yeah. So if we just come in, Mzwai, from what Tumelo is saying there, it explains a little bit the complexity of managing time with this program. The fact that now you have the Deputy President being at the forefront. This task of handing over the flag ordinarily would have been performed by the President, right?
Yes. The Deputy President gets assigned by the President to perform the duties where he's not able to, or to assist him. I think that's how they put him. So that is the reason why. So that's going to happen. And in fact, we had been made aware very early on that the president had other engagements that he needed to attend to. And I think that's why once he was done here, and then he had to return, I guess, back to Pretoria. Of course, there's that big announcement that is coming tomorrow, and it's possible it may be part of what is going to happen in terms of the president addressing the nation there. So the state is involved, as this is the state funeral.
Yes, it's quite confusing.
Yeah,
it's all hot but also windy at the same time.
Yeah, no, no. I was saying the state funeral is the state funeral, and then of course that's why the involvement is so high up as the protocols prescribe.
Yeah.
My reflexes, eh? Did you see me? I was jumping there. I was ready to jump too. So. But I suppose this is all what happens during live television,
live broadcasting, yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, just looking at the fact that we have been able to access this aspect, Mzwai, one would say the family doesn't owe us anything beyond this moment. Yep. One does believe that beyond what we are to see here in part 3, it is a moment for them to reflect on their life of a husband, a father, a brother, an uncle. So most certainly they deserve that moment to take it all in. I know Samkele, another person who would be considered an adopted son of the late former deputy president, would be Desmond Mwela. And you spoke to him the very first day you arrived. This was last week. And you spoke to him and you asked how he was feeling. And he went on to narrate his life story and where he crossed paths with the former deputy president in Paula Hazyview. Just share with us some of that.
That relationship of Desmond Mwele and David Mabuza is a father-son relationship. When all chips were down for Desmond, it's Didi Mabuza who was there for him. When all chips were down for David Mabuza, unlike many others whom are alleged to have left the side of David Mabuza, Desmond Mwele, Puluso Mbatsane, and many others, Petungomane, Ngraingwe, Gwede Mantashe, Ronald Lamula, many others, Regina Mhaule, Dinah Pule. Those individuals sat with him through the dark moments of his latter life in politics when he had left the public glare. The recent engagements that are narrated by ANC leaders of his engagements with them in the past month and a half just shows you that there was true comradeship, but there was also brotherhood that was there, particularly between Desmond and David Mabuza. If you were to take Desmond, take Ronald Lamula, take Puluso Mbatsane, take Tim Mashele, the former provincial chair of the Youth League, take Sasekane Manzini, there is a plethora of young people that have come out of the hands of David Mabuza politically.
Yeah.
And that just tells you that he had this apathy, this love of always engaging and helping young people. And many of them, as they go to lay him to rest, one who also comes to mind is Julius Malema. Very few people actually speak about the relationship of David Mabuza and Julius Silo Malema. And the relationship of David Mabuza with Colin Sidibe, with Godrich Gadi, the deputy president of the EFF. On a personal note, Godrich Gadi will tell you the person who taught him how to fish was David Mabuza.
Oh, wow.
And that just tells you of the complex relationship the cat had with these particular individuals. And how he was able to say, I'm no longer with you, as Regina Mohaule said, push you away, and then bring you back later into the space. Even with Desmond, they differed on a number of occasions. Through fear of losing that relationship, Desmond Mwele was unable to transition from provincial politics to national politics when he was the deputy president of the ANC Youth League. As you can just see, Julius Malema, all the way right up into the home in Barberton. And as much as they're in Barberton right now, it marks the end of an era. It marks the end of an era of everyone saying, I'm from Barberton. And that just tells you that indeed in politics there's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an apex, and there's ultimately the end.
Mzai, I'm just wondering about the roles of a deputy president, as Samgele is outlining that ability to cross-generationally, work cross-generationally within the ANC and its alliance itself, but also to reach across the aisle, also steeped in a history where you have people that initially were your comrades, but post-democracy, I think the names of the likes of Godrich Gadi, the paths start diverging when they see politics differently post-democracy. How useful is that in the work of a deputy president, particularly as it relates to leader of government business in parliament?
I think the leader of government business in parliament is really tasked with coordinating the work, obviously, of the legislature in the main, and what happens from government outside. And that includes quite a number of stakeholders. It's not only confined to a particular party, because as a deputy president, he's not just the deputy president of a particular party, he's the deputy president of the country. So, which means the issues that arise that he has to traverse in terms of ensuring that there is common understanding and there is aligning of certain responsibilities are key. So that is why sometimes if the deputy president is able to reach out across, so you'll see even by the presence of other parties. I mean, there were a number of other political parties outside of the ANC prominent here. I mean, the DA was here, the EFF was here, UTM was here, and I know that one or two others were here. So clearly, if you are in that role, your role is to bridge the what's the word? Is to
Are you bridging the political
you bridge
gap?
the divide. Yes.
No, there's no network, man. Yeah, I'm switching into this iPhone tech. Sharp. Here's what's gonna happen now, ne? We don't have access into the yard, right? But Tumelo and them are in the yard. So what's happening inside the yard, you're gonna get on Tumelo. I just wanna check what was wrong with the MNG20. Okay, but anyway. So this is Bagat now. No, it's Bagat. Oh. You can drive and set up for that, and then I'll walk in. We are now, I was about to say, stop taking the MNG20 now, because we're going to super open drive now again and see how good we can get. So next time the hybrid van goes up, I will see how good we can get there together. Yeah,
Chief. Yeah, we'll put this on to pressure some. Okay. The bus is in the space now. No, we're going to Yes, madam, where are you going? Okay. No, we can come. Oh.
In the short. Two level. So it's going. What's your thing? What must be? Oh, okay. I'm directing you. That's a really nice angle. Yeah. You can get it like a low angle there. You want a book? Once you're on, take a book. Lebu, do white balance. video, bro. Let me speak to them. Who's in video? Name? Is it Sandra? Can you hear? I don't know that person. Nash, my guys, everything is on here. I'm clicking right next to the effect mic. How can she not hear me? Right next to the effect mic, and on our side, it's picking up. Can she hear the clicking? We have two cameras on the hypergraph, we cut between them, we've got the canvas. So they'll just have to create a box and obviously it's going to be very smoky. Okay, perfect. Thank you, my friend.
I can't.
Only because of
those loud things.
the sound.
Yeah.
But you can. No, they fine now. They're getting the audio. They're saying they fine now. You get it? Yeah. So, ne?
Gun salute, and here's the audio. Are you getting it?
You can move.
Did you see this level shot?
Where is it? Come check it. Let me see. That's why they said beautiful. Where is he standing physically? Behind. Okay. Bobby, not down here, not down there.
You can't go too close, ne?
No. We'll go to where, what's his name? Neo or Nebun is next. I will literally do this too. Because she needs that. Don't worry. These people bring a tablet. Oh, wait. Where's my bag? Oh, it's that side.
So where's the burial taking place? Because this is the cemetery. Is the burial that other side? Yeah, where is it? Where's the burial?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
These are just going to probably lessen it a little bit.
It's very loud.
No, man, I think we're also exaggerating because we usually stand for it. If my ears don't look bad, why would yours?
Level. That thing is too close. Is it too close? Where I put it? What if the lens shutter? If it falls, no, it's not. Like I'm saying, for me to.
You're just going to put it there and leave it?
Yeah.
But where is it? I want to go stand next to it so that.
Is it too close?
Yeah, you see here. See there by that car. There's a small something down there. Yeah, that's where it is. Unfortunately, it's too close, way too close.
But now, Heinrich, I'm gonna call you. I don't want to be on your shot, so tell me if I'm in your shot where I stop. Okay. Sharp.
Sure.
Yes! Go! March! Left! Right! Yes! Hold!
Military procession goes closer to the burial site. His family looks on and sadness, now faced with the painful task of accepting the loss of their loved one. Those that passed his family, waiting in the church and select on a wish. As honored, Singisa Mabuza's family now begins their journey of continuing life without the man they cherish.
Beras! Stand! Beras! Beras! On! Caps! On! Put! As well.
Let us pray.
Let us, attention! Remove the national flag. Let us. Forward, out! One! As well. Let us. Forward, out! One! One, two, three! 1, 2, 3! Fall bearers, attention! Fall bearers, quick march! Fall bearers, in your turn! All the procession, welcome your command. Fall bearers, stand, at it! Off! Cut! On! Up! On!
Asikhulekeni. Ungesabi. Mina ngingokuqala nokugcina. Nophilayo kusho inkosi. Ngangifile. Bheka. Sengingophila. Kuze kube phakathi yena. Usimakade wafa. Usimakade uthathile. Alibongwe igama lakhe. likasimakazi ufa uthi ukunqoba kwakho ufa lwakho na kepha makabongwe uNkulunkulu okunika amandla ngaso sonke
Vollberas! On! Caps! On! 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 2, 3, put 1! Vollberas! Attention! All military personnel, may you please stand? National! Salute! Fire! Pulveras. All out. One, three. 1, 2, 3.
To say after that, Mfundo, that really wraps up the ceremonial parts of that burial out in Barberton at the family farm out in Barberton. This has been the coverage that we've brought for. You were counting the number of hours there, Mfundo.
Yes, you saw me there. The broadcast actually started at 5:30 officially. You and I joined the team at 7 o'clock, so
Yeah.
it's been 9 hours for you and I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as I was
quite
saying,
an honor to be part of
Absolutely.
the final send-off. Such a special coverage, Samkelo, that we've all gotten the opportunity to be part of. It's part of history.
Indeed, it's a very special coverage. It is part of history. He ultimately, just like our former President Mandela, from humble beginnings, he comes from Pola, destitute family, rises up to the higher echelons of the province. From the province goes to the second in command in the country, a former teacher. That just tells you that our politics, particularly our first councillors after democracy, our first local elections, our politics were dominated by teachers, and he became the first teacher of that era to rise to the highest echelons, second highest echelons of power on our land.
Yeah.
A remarkable story. Complex, remarkable. Complex, but remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely. And just my reflections on my side, I mean, that complexity and the remarkable life was on full reflection in the last few days, actually, in the build-up to the burial and the funeral service that took place. It was reflected in the tributes that were being paid, but also in some of the critical voices that I do not believe were silenced at all over the last few days. That's it, really. That's the story of David Dabede Mabuza, 25 August 1960 to 3 July 2025. He's told his story. It is now done.
Indeed, it is done. From us, it's rest in peace to David Dabede Mabuza. Umsheng shabalala Ramaphosa.